Hello. How long does my loading screen last? About 2 minutes, typically. That's what I normally aim for. Hello. Uh-oh. What's your name? Are those two L's, or is there a capital I? L's. L's Campbell, hello. Bastian, hello. X-Maced. OMG Trey. Nicandros. Gamer, legend, celebrity. Get that celebrity out of your name. Hello, Roman. Hello, Foxops. Hello, Hiroshima. Let's say hello to Boredom. Hello, Rev. Hello, Harper. Hello, Ivan. Yes, this is one of my new shirts. I have shirts that fit me now. Over the course of what? Like, I don't know, 8 months. I went from being a triple XL to a medium or a large, but I only got new shirts of the right size yesterday. So you'll notice. I mean, I can slip it out for you if you want. I can show you the bulge if you really want. I'm sure I'll blow out the neck hole eventually, but not yet. Not yet. Additionally, though, hang on. I also got a nicer shirt. So this is a. How much do you think this shirt cost in pounds? In Her Majesty's Jangle Discs. How much do you think this shirt cost? 5, says Nicandros. 8, 35. 3.50? Nope. £2. £2. Undoubtedly made by slaves. Primark's basic t-shirt. 100% absolutely fucking made by slaves. It's normally £2.50, but it was on sale with 50p off. But also, I went to TK Maxx. I got a like, what is this? Lyle and Scott, whatever, that Scottish brand. Whatever it is. I got a nice collared shirt to wear to restaurants or whatever. Right? How good was their labor? I mean, it feels fine. Right? This is like being a sweatshop slave child is like playing RuneScape. And one of the early recipes you learn is how to make a t-shirt. So they spam loads of those to level up. That's why they're so cheap. And eventually, when you hit about level 40 as a sweatshop slave child, that's when you can make iPhones and you move up to the Apple factory. In case you didn't know, that's how it works. Why do I look older on that photo? I don't know. I mean, it depends. It depends how you photo yourself. You can look lots of different ways. For instance, I mean, I think this photo makes it look like I have an insanely long torso. Like I don't have any length in my legs and it's all torso. I don't know. Because I have light shining on me? Maybe. Could be why. What else was I gonna say? Doesn't matter. I mean, I'll look a bit younger in this photo. I went and I hung out with Joji. You know Joji, aka Pink Guy? I was hanging out with him yesterday. You can see him in the back. See? There he is. I think I look younger in this one too. You remember splashing Mage on Rats in Lumbridge like it was yesterday? True, splashing. You put on the equipment to deliberately fuck up your casting ability, right? So that you never kill it and you just AFK. Farm XP. Yeah, we went to the white nationalist hot pot place. I call it that because you know the split pot we have in the middle? Getting a split broth pot costs £14.88.
As Mr. for the streamer of 5 Australian
Thank
dollars
you.
Superberry.
Thank you for the Australian dollars.
Splashing Mage on Rats and Lumbridge like it was yesterday.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. I got a Tsing Tao to drink. Tsing Tao is how I ordered it. I don't know if that's offensive or not. The guy in the background, I'm not pointing to him with my thumb. I was just trying to do a thumbs up. He looks mortified that he's in this photograph, but his face is blurry enough that you can't really tell. He laughed at me. That guy laughed at me. Because when we were ordering, he goes, okay, so you want one of the sides to be Sichuan. There are 3 heats. There's mild, medium, and extra hot. He says, I recommend mild, because spicy here is a bit different to what British people think is spicy. And I said, no, I'll go with medium. And I said, I've eaten some crazy things. And he laughed. He chuckled as he walked away. Right? He giggled at me. But it was fine. It was literally just normal spicy. I don't... I got the vibe very much that, one, despite mentioning that he laughed at me, very attentive, extremely attentive staff. This is number 8 hot pot in Manchester. Our waiter was very, very, very helpful, you know, made sure we knew what we were ordering, made sure we knew what was up, except for a couple things. I gotta admit something to you. You can see sort of here in the middle of the screen right now. We got a bunch of like minced garlic. We got chives. We got like a bunch of spring onion. We didn't do anything with that. We didn't know what to do. Apparently, he made it sound like you put it into the broth, but I don't think so. And then there were a bunch of like squirty sauces. Apparently, having looked it up, you're meant to mix those up with squirty sauces in one of your dishes and use it as a dipping sauce. I guess the rounder, flatter one. We didn't use any of the sauces or any of the garlic or any of the chives or anything. I guess you're meant to do that. I don't know. I should have asked. We got some interesting things, okay? As you can see. I skipped the tutorial. I got the tutorial, I just didn't get as much of a tutorial as I needed, okay? So on the left with all the chilies in the middle is the Sichuan. And on the right, Lucky Bee wanted satay. Condiments. Yeah, but like, how do you use them? Do you put them on the plate and dip it in? Because people are saying you're meant to mix them to make sauce and dip them. Anyway, yeah. I get the feeling they probably have people coming in asking for like Sichuan and then not being able to eat it or something. He was probably like, you know, worried that we were going to be really upset with it or something, but nah, no need to worry with me. Additionally, the way you order at this place, you have a marker and you mark the menu next to what you want, and he went away with the menu after laughing at me saying I wanted medium hot. Next time I'd get extra hot because medium hot wasn't shit. He then came back and was like, I just want to make sure you know what you've ordered. He was like, I just want to make sure you understand what you've ordered. And, that's probably because of this. It's probably because of this. I ordered the fresh brains. It's a Chinese hot pot place. I ordered the fresh brains. I imagine if he was concerned about people being upset with spice, he might also have thought that Brits might not want brains. Brains of what? I don't know. Probably sheep. It's normally sheep, right? Whatever. Very nice. Very nice. Cooked up one of those in the Sichuan. It didn't really suck up much of the Sichuan broth. I don't know. Maybe because it's so oily. Because it's so oily or whatever. And then we also... I cooked the other one in my girlfriend's satay. And it really sucked up the satay. I thought it was really nice. You ate them raw? No, you cook them. It was a hot pot place. You put them in there. I got knowledge of what it's like to eat a brain you've cooked yourself in a hot pot. Yeah, for real. You must have had people who had no idea what they're doing. So, my girlfriend despised it. She absolutely hated it and thought it was disgusting. Me, I thought it was really tasty. Initially, it's just smooth and creamy. It's like a paste, a smooth, creamy paste. And through that paste, you taste the broth a bit. And then after you've chewed it for a while and you swallow it, and there's not much to chew, it's very, very soft. It's like almost greasy in substance. You swallow it, and then there's a very gamey aftertaste. Very gamey aftertaste. And that's pretty much it, yeah. Is it worth how much it costs? I think it was like £8, something like that. I have the receipt somewhere. It's like £8 for these 2 chunks of brain. Maybe not worth it for the price, but tasty. We also got the, of course, with my girlfriend, the Australian, we got the Australian Wagyu. Didn't realize it was going to come out on a ghost ship. Didn't realize it was going to come out on a ghost ship with dry ice spreading over our table. Leads me to imagine the Japanese Wagyu must come out in something even more crazy, right? This was cool. I had one piece. This was like £16, I think. This was £16. And the Japanese Wagyu is like 6T, as in £60. But this one was like £16. I had one piece. It was pretty nice. The thing is, it's so thin that it's not like eating a chunk of Wagyu, but it was still very tasty. And my girlfriend really enjoyed, because we've seen a bunch of people at hot pot restaurants, and I think one of the reasons we were confused is because at the hot pot restaurants we've seen in videos, normally there's like a station where you make a sauce, where you put like chives and spring onion and the different oils and vinegars, and you mix them. And then you bring it back to your table. I think that's why we were confused about what to do with what we had at our table, because we had a big plate and a tiny bowl, and it's like, what do you do with them? She put rice in her little bowl, I put my noodles and bits and pieces in my little bowl, and we didn't use the plate. So, whatever. But she loved the fact that you can do the thing where you just dip it in the broth for a second, and then you lift it up, and it's cooked. It's just instantly cooked, and you dip it and you take it out, and it's cooked. She liked that, it being like in the shows. Oh, spoilers. So the framed picture of meat, that is lamb. The meat I chose was lamb. Yeah. Serving size of the Wagyu? I don't know. I don't know what weight it is. It was just very, very thin slices, like rashers of bacon. Probably like 9 rashers of bacon worth. Just really thin that you just dip. Fresh cut lamb. You dip those in for like a minute and they're cooked like straight away. The enoki mushrooms. Yeah, her Lucky Bee's rice came in that. My noodles came in a little shopping cart on the bottom right. Lucky Bee and I both made the mistake of not ripping up the enoki. I would recommend ripping up the enoki clusters, because if you put one of those giant clusters in your mouth and try to eat it, even after cooking it for a long time, you will get ropes stuck in your teeth, and you will feel like you're going to choke to death, because you try to swallow it, but it's holding onto your teeth as it dangles in your throat. Fair warning. How am I? I'm alright. I'm as bad as usual. I'm as bad as I usually am. You're untrustworthy of Chinese hot pots? Do you mean you don't trust them or don't find them trustworthy? It doesn't matter, because it's boiling hot. If anything is diseased, just dip it in the liquid for longer. Just sterilize it. Right? Yeah, I've got a shirt that fits. Yes, indeed. Have I eaten a live food? Does yogurt count? Oysters? I've eaten fresh oysters. That is pretty gross, tiny metaphorically, if they were reheating the same oil. That is pretty gross. One would hope with the prices at this place that they don't do that. Are these glasses for my eye? These are like just anti-blue light, and they also make everything darker just so it doesn't wear my eyes out as fast. It's to stop eye strain. But yeah, overall to help my eyes, because I've still got the eye problems. And I'm going to see an ophthalmologist soon. I'm waiting for my referral letter to show up. Afterwards, some of you might know this place. Any Mancunians? Any Mancunians? We went to this ice cream place again. We've been there before. Last time I went here, I got honey gochujang ice cream, and Lucky Bee had peach Yakult flavor. This time, on the left, I got Thai tea flavored ice cream, and on the right, Lucky Bee got Hong Kong milk tea flavor ice cream on ice cream cones that had a rim of Lucky Charms treat. So you know, like Rice Krispie treat with marshmallow? It's like that, but with Lucky Charms. Hers was incredibly delicious. The most incredible tea flavor from an ice cream. It was like condensed essence of a milk tea you'd get at a good boba place. Mine, pretty flavorless and creamy, and then an aftertaste of dank spiced tea, but not very clear. There wasn't much clarity of flavor in my Thai tea, and it wasn't very intense. But Lucky Bees was just BAM! Milk tea! Very good. We also tried a sample of the pandan, or pandan, whatever, the pandan leaf ice cream, and that tastes exactly like a buttered popcorn Jelly Belly jelly bean. I don't know if it's limited edition. I think their current limited edition at this place is a blueberry matcha made with their own blueberry compote. Probably worth trying, but we went for these this time. I think every time we go to Manchester, we're going to have a scoop from this place. This place is fucking good. It's so good. Pretty much all their flavors are amazing. The Thai tea wasn't horrible or anything. It was just underwhelming, especially when my girlfriend had something so tasty. Especially when the gochujang honey was so tasty last time as well. Many flavors I want to try. I mean, they've also got, they have a cereal milk. They have a cereal milk flavor ice cream. What else do they have? Shit. All sorts of stuff. Okay? All sorts of stuff. Would I get mad if you spotted me in the wild and asked me to say that? No, I wouldn't get mad. Based on your quote, sure, I'd call you a sex offender if you really wanted me to. Yeah, I think I got unlucky. I went with the Thai tea just because it's orange, and because I've seen a bunch of people drinking Thai tea, and I've never had it. So I wanted to taste. Fuck, what else was there? They had like, they had a honey butter corn crunch. Honey butter corn crunch ice cream. Which I presume is like corn pops. But it might actually have corn. Also, they're breeding. Not the Chinese. Well, they are, but I mean, the corn people. The corn people are breeding. Along one of the main streets, there were 3 corn vendors, not 10 meters apart each, in a row. Insane. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, speaking of food, as long as we're doing food, surprise, the autism in today's stream is that I am autistic and getting annoyed at things. No. The autism for today's stream is about how Rishi Sunak apparently makes people feel autistic. But we'll get to that eventually, because I just imagine that video will be fascinating. We have several autism-based videos to look at. Autism YouTube is off the fucking rails, in case you weren't aware. What do I mean, corn vendors? When's Cobra? Funny you ask. In about 2 minutes. But first... there is some... So, in the UK... Thank you, I hate Twitch.
A wonderful day of eating slimy brains and horrible ice cream.
Oh yeah.
British
The ice
people
cream
delight.
wasn't horrible. The ice cream wasn't horrible. The Sichuan hot pot, it was great because I feel like normally spicy things, or things that say they're Sichuan, are not. Sichuan isn't just spicy. A key component is that it has to be numbing as well from the Sichuan peppercorns. Yes, corn in a cup vendors. Do you motherfuckers not know about the corn in the cup vendors? I have a video. I did a stream highlight about it and we covered it on stream. There are people who will sell you steamed. They have a massive tub of steamed frozen corn. They put it in a cup and squirt goo on it on the street, and that's like the hot street vendor item. 3 of these fuckers in a row on the high street. 2 of them were serving people, 1 of them wasn't serving anyone. Yeah, not really vibing with it. There was also a... I gotta tell you, our corn people beat the shit out of Mexican corn people. Like, I don't know, there is something wrong with Latin corn people. So the corn in the cup is an idea stolen from Mexico. But the Latinx... I saw this video. This breaks my heart. This is a video about the cruelty of young boys, okay? But look. Bro. Bro. People are like, fuck these kids. No, they're right. He's selling filth corn. Don't put that in your mouth. Don't put that in your mouth. Do not put that in your mouth under any circumstance. Don't. No, I think corn is great. I think corn is good. What if those are just spices? A likely story. A likely story. We also have... So this is rigged, alright? This is rigged. This account posts, who's in the wrong with a video? The video text already is labeling her a Karen. But... Prepare yourself.
Two-handed me. No. No.
Key detail, okay? Key detail that's being overlooked or omitted. Lady says...
You-handed me.
You handed me. This is a menu they were handed here.
No. No. Your country, you can do whatever the f you want. But here you go by this. Yeah. So you screwed us.
If you're look, I think you get an N pass. I think you get an ethnic insensitivity pass if you are being scammed. If you are being Chinesely scammed by an ethnic Eastern Asian, you get a pass to say in your country, okay?
I screwed us. How many other people did you screw?
No, not school, okay? Everybody do the same. You know
I
what I'm saying?
am no. Can't do that.
You know, that I have no chance to print the menu. We just called New York last week. They're not printing out yet.
Yeah,
So this cost me $1,000 to print all this, all this, okay?
This is the
No.
price.
That's the
today.
price. I am taking pictures.
I don't
Because
know.
you even up the prices.
She is really annoying though. I can't listen to this too many times because I'm starting to be glad she's getting scammed. Honestly.
Of his drink too.
I'm still working on the menu. Look at that.
Yeah.
I still
Well, you should have done
the
that
menu.
before you gave it to us. I
I'm
mean,
sorry,
that's the law.
There's no chance, okay? Just a few days only. You know, weekend. Nowhere can open. Nowhere's open. Do it right away. I am online. I
I'm
can
sorry
send
about that for you. But you're not ripping me
Ooh.
off. Two-handed.
Nah. James says it's common practice in America. Whitey has to pay extra. It's a tradition. Yeah, but they give you the white people menu, right? There is a place here where I found online a warning. They have like a white person menu that's one color, and then the Chinese people menu that's another color. But they will bring you the Chinese people menu if you say, "Hey, get me the other menu," and it's just the different prices. The scam or the trick I respect is when they give you like the white people menu. Because you have to have the balls to say, you have to take the risk with that. It is the ball tax. Do you have the balls to say, yeah, but where's the real menu? This is the white people menu. Do you have the balls to say that? Then they have to bring you the non-white people menu. That kind of trick is fine. But the shit where if you're given a menu with prices at the restaurant, we are not talking about a takeaway where a person has an old menu and they've come in and demanded the prices on an old takeaway menu that you've kept at home be honored, right? As far as we know from this video, this lady was handed a menu with lower prices than they're being told things are now. That's a fucking scam. That's a fucking scam. You can't do that to people. People will lose their fucking mind over McDonald's having like 2 lanes in the drive-thru. They'll be like, Ronald McDonald is fucking our mind. He's killing America. He's making us all fat with these tricks to make us buy more. We need to undo this dark nudging. And then they'll see someone getting given a menu with lower prices than what they're actually going to be charged and be like, it's a small business. You don't think being directly lied to about the price of something is a manipulative tactic, potentially? What benefit is it to me to give benefit of the doubt when someone fucks me up the ass? Why would I do that? That is not strategically or tactically sound whatsoever to ever give benefit of the doubt in that scenario, unless I personally know them. And in which case they'd probably say, oh, sorry about that, you have the lower price for now, but we go up next. Right? In Japan, Ronald McDonald is Donaradu McDonaradu. His name's Donald McDonald, by the way, just so you know. But the moment she said your country, she lost the entire argument. Oh, I scammed you with a scam that's common and has to be known about in China, but you suggested that me, a person with an insanely strong Chinese accent speaking broken English, you suggest I may actually be Chinese and this is reminiscent of scams that occur in China? Sorry, you have to get scammed now because you said those words. Ooh. I'm either paying whatever the new price is or I'm leaving because there's no way I'm eating food from a person I just got in an argument with. Hey, no, wait, not true. Incorrect. The food came before the argument. It's safe. It's spit-free. Maybe. Jack Montgomery being reasonable, naturally, as all people who follow me are. She's not a Karen, she's a customer they're trying to rip off by saying, oh, actually the prices are secretly higher than advertised in the menu you ordered from after the fact. Yeah. Regardless of it being a mistake or not, once the person representing the restaurant is aware that the mistake has been made, they're aware of the scenario, and they still try to force you to pay the higher price, at that point they're scamming you. Even if it was a mistake to begin with, at that point they're scamming you. The responses to this, I wish Jack had not commented on this, because the responses to this are gonna fucking kill me. By the way, I do follow him too. This just isn't my main account. The poor worker accidentally gave her an old menu that had lower prices. Human literacy. Step 1. This is not merely a worker, I'm sure. It's probably the owner, because she's talking about getting new menus made, that she's working on the menu. Right? What she says to me indicates that she was fully aware of the prices she gave were inaccurate. but that it's like not her fault. She's talking about how much the menu printing costs. Oh, well, I had to. The restaurant should have admitted their error and given her the price. That being said, if it were me, knowing that she is a small business owner, I would have paid the extra $2 or such. No! I hate this. I hate this so fucking much. Oh, it's a small business, so let them get away with bad shit. No. It's a small business. Unlike a massive business's franchise, for instance, they actually have to care about what you think of them. They actually need goodwill. If they fuck with you, it's one of the few chances where you can actually fuck them back. And you should. Pounding a business that scams people into the ground, good actually. Good actually. Also, I like the made-up $2 number. I like the made-up $2 number. It's an old menu. How are they being ripped off because their menu is out of date? Bro, I'm gonna fucking explode. I'm gonna die. A lot of places have old menus out there that have lower prices. Yeah, takeaway places do. And you have to realize that if you're ordering like on the phone for takeout, with a menu they've handed out or put through your letterbox, it might be out of date. If you've been handed a menu in a restaurant, you can't just go, oh, it was old. You should have known. You should have known it could be fucking any amount more than it told you. No, shut up. Are they all trying to rip everyone off? It's not a secretly anything. What is this hex? What is this lonk? Oh no. You mean one of the most popular shows in the world? Consensus, brain. I love him. Wait. It's not secretly anything. She accidentally gave her an outdated and old menu. Doesn't look like an accident to me from the video. She owns the restaurant. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I read this one earlier. I'm gonna fucking lose it, okay? She owns the restaurant, so she's allowed to up the prices at any time, which is what she did. Bro. Dog. I can't. Oh. Hey, I think the numbers, I think the prices on the menu at a restaurant should mean nothing, and should just, when it comes time to pay, there should be no relationship between prices on the menu and your final bill. Great. What a wonderful world you support. Ooh. Hold on. The restaurant can refuse service to anyone and not let you in the building for the way you look. But they can't change prices? Definitely in America. Holy fucking shit. We got this guy just making things up. She brought an old menu with her. Possible. Not in the video. Maybe. Does that make it... Karen sometimes has racial connotations. So, well, it certainly does have... I believe it certainly is a white woman. A white or Jewish woman thing. Doesn't necessarily mean that the person is doing something based on race, but often the Karen themselves is you know, It has racial connotations. But I think it's evolved beyond it being about a white person or a Jew complaining about black people into just general, may I talk to your manager type shit. What we got? Once she made it about race, she lost. Secretly, quote unquote, secretly hire. You're also a Karen. Mistakes happen, and she's likely been here before. But even if she hadn't, there is zero reason to talk to an employee like that. No, there are tons of reasons. There are loads of reasons. Tons of reasons. All the time, actually. It's just that most places you eat at least most places I'd go to, don't feature those reasons. What we got? Let's get myself as angry as possible. Bum bum bada boom boom boom. Oh no! People don't respect me. Better get fucking scammed. Fuck off. Every menu says price is subject to change. I would simply not eat out if this were the case. Been noticing this a lot lately. Yeah, the Japanese restaurant we ate at in Liverpool, they added extra shit to our order at the end that we didn't get or have, and because we didn't double check. We double check everything fucking now, because they'll just slip extra things on there at the end. Sounds like market price. Dog. Bro. Anyway. What is this read of it? I'm sorry. I'm getting annoyed again. She is a Karen because the lady apologized over and over again. She said she got the old menu. It's not that hard to say, oh, they clearly made a mistake. It was a simple mistake. She's a Karen. She's blowing up over a simple mistake. Oh, you fucking tricked me into thinking I wasn't going to be paying more money than this, but you apologized, so I'll give you the money. What the fuck? The customer does not decide the price. Just wild that what some customers think they're entitled to just for showing up. You're right! The fucking restaurant does. And when they tell you, they have to fucking honor it. If you go there and they hand you a menu with prices, they have to fucking honor it. Fuck me! I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Fucking Christ! What the hell are you liking my fucking Warframe posts? Anyway. Onto the autism. We're going from Asian to autistic. Still food though. And we will probably be looking at the Brianna Wu stuff tomorrow. I figured just for the first day back after my midweek weekend, we'll do a more general thing, a less hot thing. But tomorrow, I'm thinking we go on a woo-a-thon. The Tranifesto? Excuse me. So Trigonometry spoke to Brianna Wu, and Brianna Wu admits Gamergate was right. Kind of, not really, but yeah. We will look through that. But additionally, a fellow who I've seen talking in this chat once or twice, Queeman, once debated Brianna Wu on their lies. And from what I've seen about that debate, it is an absolute torture session.
What is a wooathon?
Thank you, Opsby. You'll find out tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Brianna Wooathon. Maybe you'll get a spoiler today. So I'm thinking we look at Brianna Woo's most recent interview, and then we look at the debate.
Boredom is one hell of a drug, fed the streamer
Brianna Wu.
$2 Superberry.
Thank you.
Customers are entitled to honest pricing.
True. Such as the very reasonably priced 1488 hot pot I had yesterday. Yeah. There's also another little Woo meme. Press 1 if you don't know who Brianna Wu is. Just give me a sniff. Bunny extremely knows. Frag extremely knows. Polikins is lying. Oh. I don't think Wu operates along the axis of reasonable and unreasonable. I think Brianna Wu's behavior is like watching a self-teaching algorithm. I think it's algorithmic.
I mean, I think there's this...
Let's watch a 2-minute clip. A 2-minute clip. Alright? A succulent Chinese clip. This is Brianna Wu, a beautiful woman working in game dev. Made Revolution 60, a masterpiece. We played it years ago when it launched on PC.
I mean, I think there's this assumption by a lot of male game designers and developers, because I've run into this all the time, and there's this approach.
But no personal experience of that, or insight, individual insight, of course. Of course.
Yeah, I just don't want to talk about gender anymore, or I just don't want to think about it. I was talking to someone at a panel last night, and they just wanted to kind of move past it, or like portray people as genderless. And to me, I would say this.
Chill. Brianna Wu is a beautiful woman who simply was in a motorcycle accident. Okay? Not trans, just deformed. Can you wait? Is it TOS to say not trans when they very obviously are?
One of the
I don't know Just don't say anything TOS.
Products of games being made by men for men is there all kinds of things in the game that kind of signal to the player like, hey, you're a dude. And it's some things like in Mass Effect 2, the camera angle that kind of sexualizes Miranda looking at her butt, or, constantly going through strip clubs.
My favorite thing about looking at an ass, the ass itself, I'm not really interested in. I just like being signaled that this product is for me. And that's what the ass shot symbolizes. That's the message it tells me. It's not that I enjoy the ass. Or that the ass has any relevance to the lore. It's just the way I receive pleasure from media is the media just says, "You're a man and this is for you. You're a man and this is for you." That's the message I get over and over again. That's what I enjoy.
Or, there are a bunch of things that it does send the player that signal. And, I don't think there's any nobility in like erasing gender. I think it's an aspect of our society. And I think
Damn! Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, just to get really real with you for a minute here.
Right. Now, up until this point, there was no reason to show you this clip. I was looking into Wu. I watched Queeman's History of Wu's Lies. Most of it I was aware of. Of course, very much enjoyed the Jace stuff, the Deagle Nation stuff. That was very fun back in the day. I experienced much of it firsthand. Some of the stuff was nice to be reminded of, I forgot. And there were a couple things in that Queeman video I didn't know about. So it was very nice to catch up. But I also looked at some other clips. This was one of them. And I'm glad I finished this through to the end.
I was actually talking to some women yesterday, and we started talking about the need for women in video games, and then we got into body type diversity. And I was talking to a woman yesterday that broke into tears as I was talking to her about how much it hurt her to not see her, heavier body type represented in games.
How do you do anything but laugh at that person? What the fuck? Crying because digital toys don't have fat characters in them. What the fuck is wrong with you? Point 2, I don't believe this is real.
And she was talking about how her only experience of seeing someone shaped like her was Ursula in The Little Mermaid. You could really see how that hurt her.
Brianna Wu's 8-legged friend. It is so good. Are we sure Brianna Wu isn't a character? Are we sure that Brianna Wu isn't, in on Deagle Nation?
So I don't think the answer is to erase this or dodge the issue. I think the idea is to kind of show the human condition in all of its colors.
My favorite color? Fat? Anyway. Just fucking, do people... Okay, does everyone working in the game industry just not get inspired? Do they just not? Do they not get struck like a lightning bolt with fully formed ideas in their heads? Is that just me? With music? Do people not have that? Do people not just have oh, this idea will be fucking cool? Oh! Do people not have divine revelation in their sleep? Do people not have angels talking to them in their dreams? Telling them ideas for games and stuff? So they need to, as a crutch, lean on, oh, people want to see this, so we'll do this. Do you not have something so fucking cool in your head that you just have to make it, and you know how it has to be cool? People don't have that.
What is up, fellow YouTube?
Oh yeah, fair warning. We watched his preparation, okay? King Kerber JFS has been working on a Skittles mead. He's made various meads in the past. This one, I think, was particularly egregious. Might seem strange to describe a mead as egregious, but very upsetting. Massive layer of Skittles at the bottom. I think underneath the Skittles was the honey, which the yeast would need access to. I think the Skittles were insulating the honey from the liquid, thus meaning it's not a mead because the alcohol didn't come from the yeast consuming honey, the sugar and honey. Technically not a mead, I would say, but so that was horrendous. But even worse, it's done and he's tasted it.
We're back at it with another video.
I'm gonna make a mead, but I have to buy equipment for it. I need to buy the right kind of jar, bottle, make sure I have the right chemicals for sterilization and whatnot.
My phone back, got it getting all set up. Well, while I was waiting for my new phone to arrive,
He smashed another phone.
I filtered out my Skittles mead. There was the Skittles weren't quite dissolved. There was maybe 2 tiny layers at the bottom left to go.
2 tiny layers.
And when I filtered it, the sugar and all this stuff clumped together.
Yeah. Reminder. What we're about to witness is filtered mead.
So straining it was definitely interesting. I had both jars in my sink, and then I put my strainer on it like you see me do on my wine straining videos. And I gotta say, it turned out decent enough. It's definitely strong enough. And does it taste like Skittles?
Which is going to be what he cares about.
Yes. Abso-flickin-lutely.
Well, Rhyme, from my little research on mead, I feel like you can get away with calling something mead if... Okay, here's my idea. I saw there was a meadoid, a mead purist, water, honey, yeast. What if, when back sweetening, you use a honey infused with a flavor to add a little touch of something to it? Would you still... Mead purist, would you count that as a mead still?
I got about that much liquid out of it.
It looks like the leftovers at a plastic surgeon's clinic.
After I throw it off with cold water.
It looks like the top layer. It looks like blood with lipids on top.
Then I stirred it around. You got about that much, you gotta then pour the rest with cold water.
Filtered, by the way.
Take a look at this funky Comadina, man. And I had
Funky Comadina.
to like scrape a lot of the foam off the top and out of it when I was straining it.
Filtered, by the way. Strained. Strained, by the way. Hey, do you want to see a jar of shit full of teeth? There you go, that's what it looks like. I do not think that is mold. I believe that is the remains of Skittles.
So can you make alcohol using Skittles?
Yeah, it's fucking sugar. Can you make alcohol with yeast and sugar? Thanks, Copes. Appreciate it.
Yes, you can. And pour a little bit into a taster for you.
Oh god, here it comes. Ah! Imagine you're locked up in Guantanamo Bay. You're laid out on what seems like an operating table. And you're screaming, no! Not the waterboarding! No, not waterboarding! And then in comes someone with a jar of this shit and says, oh, don't worry. It's not water.
You, that's a smelly motherfucker. Full access to my YouTube channel on my cell phone. It's not letting me
Screwed up Amazon review capability? The fuck are you talking about?
log into it to the computer, but it's whatever. A mead made out of Skittles.
Amazon locks people out of reviews based on Twitch things. Don't say fucking TOS stuff here. I don't know if you noticed. People are dying. There is like a snitch. I may have protected you. From being reported.
It's really fucking sweet.
Or at least people are dying in the Discord. Or being warned by Discord. Not literal death.
Like overtly sweet. Stick
Really?
to your teeth sweet.
A liquid that is like 30% Skittle or more is sweet. I'm glad we have Josh here doing science for us. How else could we have known?
Because it's so fucking sweet, you don't really taste the burn of the mead. So it goes down pretty smooth.
Dude, it looks like a smoothie, like a fruit smoothie. Oh, man. Wait. Kummys? Cummies? I don't care if it is just milk and alcohol. I'm not drinking something called cummies. Come on, bro. Eat the cummies. It's just the horse milk and alcohol.
Overall, it's not bad. When I recreate it, yes. Maybe use like
10% of the
less
Skittles?
next time.
Yeah.
Although, if you want to use that mini, go for it.
A project he could pull off. A project he could pull off. Get a bottle of Everclear. Get a big sack of Skittles. We all did this as kids, right? Bottle of like really, really high ABV alcohol. Sack of Skittles. Separate it into different colors. Put each of the groups of colored Skittles into a jar. So have a jar with all the red, a jar with all the green, a jar with all the blue, so on and so forth. And then fill each of those jars up with the Everclear or the Moonshine or whatever. Leave them until the Skittles dissolve. You got different little Skittle shots. I don't know, are there blue Skittles? I don't know, I haven't eaten Skittles in a long ass time. I know there are problems with blue food coloring. Boglim Chronicles. But I think the problem is just because it makes kids hyper. Honestly, kids being hyper is good. Maybe not good for the parents, but get the most out of your childhood. Do crack. Live fast and die young. That's my medical advice. My medical advice. Blue or the yellow? Yo! Ukraine Skittles, blue and yellow only. Fucks kids up. AI is getting weird.
You stupid.
They're not.
What's 9 plus 10? You.
What the fuck? Oh. The Luma clips are pretty cracked, to be fair. Am I not familiar with the original clip? Not at all. Not at all, never seen it. I'm not much of an internet person, I swear, I'm telling you. For real.
Randomly generated username fed the streamer a €2 superberry.
Thank you.
Not bad equals absolutely disgusting.
Pretty
Worse than
much.
Puno.
That's the translation. There are milk-based alcoholic drinks too, you know. I'm aware, good emperor. For instance, vodka. Something like Black Dog Brewery. We have a bottle of it downstairs. There's a milk brewed vodka. What else have I seen? Anyone hear about Helldivers Discord banning people for vomit emoji reaction to furry porn? Yes. Yes, indeed. Ah! My second monitor just turned off and on. I think that's a signal. I think that's a warning. How does it taste? Tastes like vodka. I don't... I've only tried a bit of it, and that was quite a long time ago now. Probably over a year ago now. Alright.
You stupid.
They're not.
What's 9 plus 10? You stupid.
What's the Luma Dream Machine? So if I search Luma Dream Machine, will I get a bunch of... Yeah. I don't know what the clip is. Apparently you have to know the original. Dream Machine. Oh, is it taking... Oh, are people taking photos? I'm going to say that the answer is yes, they're taking photos and making them into clips. I don't like that very much. I feel like I've seen this picture before. Am I crazy? Was this picture like on Funny Junk with memes? Am I crazy? That's fucking weird. That's demonic. This is just like, okay, cool. That's cool. That's pretty normal. What else we got? We got people turning pictures into videos. This one, it's weird. It seems like it does better with a real video. Look at this anime image to video. There's some morph shit. There's some hallucinogenic shit going on here. Ignoring your messages? What did you say? You will be drunk shortly? Don't do it. Some of these are ass. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and say a lot of these are fucking ass. That creeps me out. The old meme photos turned into videos. This shit is trip pilled. Look at this shit. This shit freaks me out. The pineapple question. Pineapple and ham on pizza? Yes or no? In solidarity with the people of Hawaii, I would never eat pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza is a symbol of the subjugation of Hawaii by Dole Corporation. Fight the power. What else we got? Oh no, this is not going to be good. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Pancake Luchador fed the streamer $1.99 Super Bear.
Thank you for the Donga
Thanks
99.
for showing Tiny Rouges. Best you like.
No problem. Wait until you hear about Tiny Blurs. Bleu. Bleu? Bleu. How do you say blue? I sound like the Count. Bleu. 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 Cordon bleu. Whatever. I don't French. Look at this. That's fucking sick. Right, titties. Watch out. Covered titties. You gotta be careful scrolling Twitter, okay? American Gothic. What else we got? What else we got? I'm concerned about this one. Oh, what else we got? What else we got? Lot of weeb shit. As you'd expect, lot of anime pictures being turned into videos. Not impressed. It might be time. It might be time for us to visit our friend. You guys feeling dark today? You guys feeling dark and or evil? Any kiddo fans in the chat? Always. You are. Very well. No joke at all. Now, we might not watch all of these, but they're kind of short. There is a trend. WPC's beef with Mario Fangirl 93 is intensifying, but by intensifying, I mean solely on his end. It's intensifying for him, but I don't know if she's even aware it's happening. just so you know. 1 hour ago. YouTube alert. Full alert. Samantha Aquino as Mario Fangirl 93 and her second channel, Music Lover 93, her subscribers is going up. Her subscribers is going up. Wake up, all of you Dark Warriors and Kato fans. We need to take her YouTube channel down. And her subscribers need to be down, like all the way down. We need to something ASAP. Now, who's with me? Samantha Aquino's YouTube channels are going down. Unsubscribe to her channels. She's not playing a straight game at all. Is because Michael D is gonna scam her for real. Samantha is gonna get scammed by Michael D. Like, no joke at all. This is for the last time that I'm saying to you all right now, Samantha Aquino is gonna get really serious deep trouble by her parents to get scammed by Michael D. What are they thinking? Their life is a load of crap. We should all know about it. Pretty good. He also dropped a video a day for 3 days. WPC is gonna to remind you seriously to unsubscribe Mario Fangirl 93. WPC is gonna remind for last time to unsubscribe to Mario Fangirl. Samantha Aquino as Mario Fangirl 93 on her second channel is going down on YouTube. Yep. But before that, time to destroy your heart. It's a roller coaster with WPC as always. He has uploaded a video about his dream where he was visited by his dead sister. Will this be worth watching? Who knows? It's fine.
It was good, all your Dark Evil Warriors and all your Kato fans. This is WPC, Dark Evil Lord, Badass Game of Legends celebrity here.
Ooh, he can't. For people who don't know the lore, his parents explained to him that he's not a celebrity. So he removed celebrity from his name on YouTube. But he apparently can't stop saying it. Don't worry. For the people who aren't up with WPC, don't worry. You will either feel very sad, very angry, or laugh at various things until we get to incredible content to critique. Like, the jewel in the crown that is this stream is the video Rishi Sunak makes people feel autistic. I have not looked at it at all, but I feel like it has to be incredible, right? How could this video not be incredible? And it is from a full autism channel called Autismatic. Just FYI, that's what's coming.
I'll say Dark Evil Lord, Badass Game of Legend hero.
Oh, he caught it.
Man. Keep saying celebrity, but I'm not a celebrity at all. But I wish I was a celebrity. To be famous, to become a celebrity. And that's true. So, all your Dark Evil Warriors and all your Kiddo fans.
All your Kiddo fans.
Man, I can hear my sister's voice already.
This is just really sad. It is just a really fucking sad one. Prepare yourself. Get your napkins ready. Your tissues ready.
I can hear her.
Do you think he actually...
I can hear it.
Is this like when... have you ever seen the show where they took people who claimed to speak in tongues and have these religious experiences, and they monitored them or something while they were doing the speaking in tongues, and shit was going wild in their brain? Do you think he's doing that but hearing his sister? Gemini in the YouTube chat, here's her too. This is rough. The subtitles aren't quite in it. This is heartbreaking, but if we're gonna it's so sad, but the subtitle's so good. Oh no. Look, if we're gonna follow his story, we follow his story even when it's uncomfortable. We can't leave our boy just because it gets tough.
Do you know what happens? I was kind of I was
Randomly generated username for
Thank
the
you.
streamer 2 Euros Superberry. Paying the WPC toll. He's a celebrity to
True.
me.
He is to me as well.
team was sleeping like last night. I was like playing this kind of like the first PlayStation 1 game that my sister taught me how to play it.
He beat it. He
So,
100%ed it.
I was like 4 years old at that time. My sister taught me how to play it.
Is this going to be a
X button
repeat?
is to attack the enemy. Hold the circle button is to block the enemy's attacks. The square button is
Sounds
to
about right.
like use your magic to attack the enemy. And the triangle
Okay.
button is to equip your equipment,
scrolling.
and specifically the magic equipment as well. So yeah, like everything.
Oh shit!
But then sooner or later, me and my sister were like watching like Passions, like something like that.
He played Croc Legend of the Gobbos. I'm scanning the transcript for any lore. There isn't much. It's just very similar to his last one where he talked about his sister and the games they played together. Right. Wait. Okay, let's skip to 7 minutes 20. He starts talking about something very strange.
But I heard that there's someone that was like swapped out on my game that my cousin lets me keep, and it hasn't been swapped out. It has to turn to like the European version and American version.
So, James Hayes, the thing with WPC is he flips between being really endearing, really touching, a really empathetic figure, and being extremely worrying. Right? When he talks about women he's sexually interested in. Which is going to happen today. We're going to have an endearing sad video, this one, him talking about his sister. Then we're going to have him beefing. Then we're going to have weird shit that makes you question your rapport with him.
So, I like it. I heard that Pac-Man's mouth is like moving so fast. Everyone just like, like, oh my gosh! I felt like surprised, and so yeah.
Get ready.
So
things are about to get weird.
that time went to like every single thing that I spent time with my sister. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, everything, every single thing.
Ready?
So yeah. I was in her bedroom. We were like listening to music, and then like I was like bowing down to her, and I worship her because I love her. So yeah. So yeah.
That's never not gonna hit weird. That is never not gonna hit weird. One more play of this.
I heard that Pac-Man's mouth is like moving so fast. It just like.
That's so fucking good. That's such a good bit. Anyway, rest of the video is just him talking about games. The beef with Samantha Aquino has intensified, as we saw a mere hour or so ago. Today, in fact, he posted about how he's very concerned that her channel is increasing in subscriber. But multiple days ago, by that I mean 4 days ago, multiple days ago, 5 days ago in fact, but not 120 hours, you know what I'm saying. Right. I'm a Goofy Goober has joined the war. Just wanted to let you know I was a subscriber to Mario Fangirl 93, but after hearing about how she isn't playing a straight game, I unsubscribed to her. Thank you for spreading the word. Thank you so much, he says. People are helping him. Don't tap the glass too much. Okay? Have self-control. Self-control. We'll see what he gets up to in this. He's going to try and convince us again to unsubscribe to Mario Fangirl 93, the owner of the reverse autism harem.
Hey, all you Dark Evil Warriors, all you Kato fans, this is WPC again. So, all you Dark Evil Warriors and all you Kato fans, all of you Dark Evil Warriors and all you Kato fans.
Yes.
CATOFANS.
Yeah?
CATOFANS.
Did someone tell him that it shows up in the transcript as kiddo fans? Does he know that people don't know what he's saying? Is this an evolution? Have we seen him do this before? Did he learn this on his own?
That's what I said. Kato fans. So, we need Mario Fangirl 93, Samantha Aquino, unsubscribed. Unsubscribe to that fool.
Done.
Especially Music Lover 93, her second channel as well. Unsubscribe to her.
Both of which I believe have not uploaded in a couple of months. Mario Fangirl 93's last video is the Life with Autism video that was up. This was up when we originally found them. And I'm sure probably connects. Is Music Lover not here? Oh, one of their recommended channels is Massey Anella or whatever. Jesus. It was Music Lover 93, right? Ah. Right. This is probably why he's tweaking out. Although, this shit again? Alan, do you not understand that WPC is this stuff? It's all connected. It's all connected. Right. So there's been activity on Music Lover 93. But this video went up before the Music Lover 93 uploads. And then these videos intensify and his posts intensify after the uploads.
Don't think, just do it. You know why?
So
She's
good.
not playing a straight game at all. She's not playing a straight game. She was about to get scammed by Michael DeSisto.
I want him to explain what the scam
She was gonna
is.
get scammed by him. She will get into serious deep trouble for that. I'm not playing with y'all. This ain't no joke. Like, no joke at all.
I'm going to scrub the transcript while this is going to see if anything fresh comes out. Because there are three call-out videos in a row, one each day. It might just be the same shit over and over again, but I'll
Don't
scrub
think,
them.
just do it. Unsubscribe to Mario Fangirl 93, especially her second channel of Music Lover 93. I'm not playing.
Oh!
This ain't no joke. The truth.
Here we go.
She's just trying to hide the
Could be
truth
good.
on her own way. And she will be telling lies on like on everybody.
Yeah.
Just like Kanye West. She wants to tell lies on everybody.
Mario Fangirl 93, the Kanye West of Let's Play YouTube, who doesn't upload anything.
She like never tells the truth. Kanye West was telling lies on everybody. That he never tells the truth. Especially Mario Fangirl 93 and Samantha Aquino. She never tells the truth.
True.
She was telling lies on Irene Namer. Especially...
So in case you don't know, WPC has a friend who he does... WPC has a female friend who he does not appear interested in romantically at all. It is Irene Namer. And apparently he's freaking out, not just because Sam turned him down, but he's alleging that Sam Aquino said something and has lied about this Irene Namer person, but he has never said what the lie is.
House Barbara as well, especially me. I saw that the comment when I made the video, but it was gone. I deleted the comments first, and I deleted that. I got rid of it. We need Mario Fangirl 93 in her second channel, A Music Over 93, on...
Okay, he just repeats this shit over and over again. The Kanye bit was the only original bit. I'll do the same with this video. We scrub it.
Hey, what's good, all your Dark Evil Warriors and all your Kato fans? This is WPC, Dark Evil Lord, Badass Gamer Legend, Knight here. So I'll be just like thinking about something what I got to do. So we have to know what we need to do about to do something.
Mm-hmm.
To all of you Kato fans, CATOFANS. Kato fans, that's what I'm saying.
He's just saying she's not playing a straight game. Unsubscribe. I catch cheaters. I catch cheaters. Let's go from here.
It's annoying Kato fans. We need to take it out. Yeah, like take her out.
Oh, snap!
So, yeah.
I'll be messaged. Well,
her subscribers is going
my
down
game
because she had no friends at all.
Jesus
no
Christ!
Friends at all.
None. She doesn't even.
No friends.
She doesn't even go bowling.
No fans at all.
She has a boyfriend though.
Oh. She was gonna get.
She's dating a celebrity. He was on Wheel of Fortune.
It's like a serious deep trouble to get scammed by Michael DeSisto. Like seriously. Well,
maybe
Irene Namer explained like every single thing. Since I was like video chatting with her like on the messenger, like no joke. She explained about like every single thing. I shouldn't have been friends with her like in the.
I am aware, randomly generated new username, that there's interesting stuff on his Instagram. He is the true dark WPC lore that I can't really show on stream is that he is into feet. That's just one element.
First place, because it's gonna be kind of like a trap. I should never be Samantha Aquino's friend at all. Not at all. We should never be friends with Mario Fango 93, especially like S.
All right. No more juicy chunks. Let's check this one for juicy chunks. And then I believe he is a foot friend. He is a foot friend.
Generated username fed the streamer 2 euros Superberry. His Instagram is wild.
Yeah. He also likes overweight white women. But we already knew that because he's black. I don't think anyone will be offended because it's just true.
Well, all you Dark Evil Warriors and all you Kiddo fans.
He looks mad as fuck. So this is following that last video was his final warning. Now this one is his claim that they are going down.
So Dark Souls 40 and Datadon Executive, you watching this? We need to take out.
Oh, so this is specifically a call to action of, to Datadine. Datadine Executive is the guy with the, who VTubes as one of the Splatoon squids. And Dark Souls 40 is just another gamer friend he has on here. Who I believe he convinced to leave his girlfriend at one point.
Those fools, Samantha Aquino as Mario Fango 93 and her second channel named Music Over 93. So yeah, we had to take out Mario Fango 93. Blind or again just kind of like telling lies on Irene Namer, the Hebrew celebrity. You know what I'm saying? All your Dark Evil Warriors and all your Kiddo fans, because we need to take out Mario Fangirl 93.
Don't say it like that, bro.
And Michael DeSisto as well. They are going down. Once and for all.
He says he's going to prove it.
Like, no joke. No joke at all. So, anyways, all your Dark Evil Warriors and all your Kiddo fans, this is WPC speaking. I get going to prove this video.
Wait, prove this video?
So, this is serious and honest and everything will be like going by the book. If we take out Mario Fangirl 93 on YouTube, especially her second channel.
You don't have faith in his proof being proof? I don't have faith in him knowing what proving something means. I think he's saying this video is proof that he's going to take them down.
So the YouTube mission will be complete. Trust me.
This video is proof that they're going to take him down. That's what he means. Trust me, the YouTube mission will be complete.
Like, no joke. No joke at all. The YouTube mission is going to be accomplished and completed.
Both.
Like 100%. So see you. Peace out. Holla at your boy WPC. So this is going to be kind of like a YouTuber fight. Like, no joke.
Peon, do not under any circumstances write that to him. Do not tap glass on this. Just watch. Just watch. It might take a while for gold to manifest, but it will if you just leave it alone and watch. Let it go naturally.
YouTuber fight. Other than the comments. So yeah. This is better be good.
Hell yeah.
So get ready for that. So see you. Peace out. Holla at your boy WPC. Yeah. But you can smell a WPC like the homie out the rapper is cooking. Nobody messes with WPC.
It's so
Nobody.
Good.
If somebody messes with me to deal with the consequences, that's their choice, that's their problem, and they will regret it. Simple as that. I'm not playing with y'all. This ain't no joke. Like, no joke at all. So see you and peace out.
The eyebrow raise. I don't think I noticed that before. So we have one more fresh WPC video. The title of which you may find concerning. Some worst person on the phone told me what to do to date someone, and he's giving me options. How's the squid doing? I mean, we can check on him real quick. I don't see him. Am I crazy? Maybe all is one word?
Hello.
They're doing it with Datadyne, but I guess they haven't linked him. It's without the space. Shorts, videos, unwatched, watched. Oh, you have to specifically search for it. Okay. It was forcing me not to. Alright, alright. Yeah, his latest stuff is from a month ago. His latest stuff is what we found him with. Except for... Oh no, he just streams. He's just streaming. He is active, he's just only streaming and not uploading videos. WPC teamed up with him, by the way. WPC and Klaus are on the same team now, despite Klaus calling him the N-word in the past. Anyway, time for this.
Hello? Yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't show this straight away. You had to eat your vegetables before you could get dessert. This is the real shit you want to see. I played for myself literally 5 seconds of this before realizing I needed to save it for the stream.
Hello? Yes, it's me.
Yes, it's me.
What endorsement do you want for me?
Please watch a video by a YouTuber called Card Posting. He is amazing. I've watched many card posting videos. I'm his #1 fan.
No.
I love that he pauses for so long.
Oh. But that's my beautiful friend.
Irene Namer, or Irene Namer, right?
But the Valentine's Day Feds of 2024, man. The Valentine's Day Feds has told me the date, like...
The Valentine's Day Feds. Does he know that we're past it? Do you think he's aware?
Like, you know, like to the date Aaron Doherty from the Comeback Special Strikers.
Aaron?
From the bowling league. I honestly can't date 3 of them.
Oh no, he's role-playing being forced to date all of the girls he's obsessed with simultaneously. Let's go. I wonder if it's his
Man,
sister.
you know what? Man, screw you.
Oh,
Edward Nigma fed the streamer a $2
thank you,
Superberry.
Mr.
Hi
Nigma.
Tim for this our daily cringe.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
Man, screw you.
Oh, he hung up. As you can see from the phone screen, he hung up just then, yes.
You know what, all you Dark Evil Warriors and all you Kiddo fans? Well, some person wants me to do...
He'll never be able to pull that performance off again. So you had to leave the car alarm in and the organic ceiling birds in the background.
Date my beautiful friend from the bowling league from the Comac Special Strikers. See, he wants me to date Erin Doherty from the Comac Special Strikers of the bowling league that I went to bowling league with. The other bastard wants me to date Kitty Hall from the Comac Special Strikers. Some other bastard wants me to date Nicole Berard that I went to the dance party with, especially at the band concert from the Jones Beach and of Long Island. Honestly, I can't date 3 of them. All you Kiddo fans and all you Dark Evil Warriors, I'm screwed, y'all. I don't know what the heck to do right now. Dang.
He's coping. This is kind of fascinating because he's coping by, like, I don't know, hallucinating or at least role-playing. That the problem isn't that they're all rejecting him and their families are telling him to stay away. For people who aren't aware, he's talked to, I think, at least 2 of these girls' families and told them that he plans to impregnate them. And he's a special needs individual who goes to a special needs group, and these girls are from the special needs bowling group. So as you can imagine, that didn't go too well for him. And it seems like he's coping by role-playing that the reason he can't get with them is because there are 3 of them, and he can't choose.
I don't know what the heck to do right now. Man.
If he gets all 3 knocked up, is that a turkey? Let's go. Reminder, he's working on his driver's license so he can go to their locations, I believe is the quote. This ain't no cope at all.
I choose option D.
What? Oh!
To be friends with Katie Hall, the one I went to the bowling league with, especially Nicole Berard, and I was rather going to be with, it's a friendship named Erin Doherty, the one I went to like the bowling league with of the Comac Special Strikers.
This could be a good development. But of course, being friends is just step 2 in the path to impregnation. So, this is a cope, but he seems to be moving towards accepting that they're just going to be his friend. Which I think is good for him and probably, the ideal.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it is.
This is going to be turning kind of like a bust.
A bust?
Yes. I got that idea. So yeah, oh my goodness. Man, my heart is pounding right now. My goodness. Oh man.
Why you look at us? Why you look at us and do that like we're delicious? I've never felt tastier or more uncomfortable in my life.
I pick option D. My goodness. All of those options. Oh my gosh.
Nooblord 2006, what do you think? How many minutes of him have you now watched? What do you think the answer to that question is?
Alright. So anyways, all your Dark Evil Warriors and all your Kato fans, so thank you for all y'all to subscribing me on my channel. I appreciate it, all y'all support by smashing the like button and put a comment by saying something nice. I appreciate that as well. So anyways,
piece of ass as well.
I'll see you guys after the live stream at tonight at 9 o'clock at night. So see you. Peace out. Holla at your boy WPC. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where we are with WPC. Let's just double check that he hasn't uploaded anything since. Yeah, that's it. Honestly, for the best, even if it's via strange means, if he's doing a sort of self-therapy cope that leads him to accepting that he's not going to be in a relationship with any of these girls, honestly, good. Honestly, ideal for him. If he can genuinely accept that, ideal for him. Now, in terms of focused autism research, that's about it. But I decided to check, how is the autistic community doing? I am diagnosed with autism, but I would not consider myself part of that community, and I'm an outsider even to the autism community. That's how autistic I am. I just like sometimes to look in, rub the window, get some of the condensation off and peep in up close. What's going on? Why are autistic people always misunderstood? Figured these are the experts, they're part of that community, and they can tell me about myself. Because I watched Xander Hall 4 years ago respond to one of my videos, and he didn't understand what was happening fucking at all. I presume that is down to my autism. There's no other explanation, and I'm thinking maybe this video can explain why. Maybe I'll be able to explain myself better if I learn. Also, I have not fully pre-screened any of these videos, so they might just fucking suck ass and we skip them immediately and do something else. Just so you know. This one starts strong though.
I heard someone say that to be autistic is to be misunderstood, and I don't know about you, but that perfectly explains my entire experience. I have been
That's like the opposite. Not quite the opposite. I mean, the problems are more with when I was younger, at least, understanding people. Other people understand me. Normally okay. Except, like I said, Xanderhall, so maybe there is a problem.
Misunderstood my entire life. And no, I don't mean this in like a teenager, oh, nobody understands me way. Like, this is real, this is deep. I quite literally have communication trauma from people not understanding what I'm trying to say.
Skill issue. Skill issue? Unless it's like you're in urgent need of healthcare and you can't communicate it. Like, imagine you're in extreme pain or something's wrong and you can't communicate it and people can't understand and there's something serious happening. I can imagine communication trauma being a thing, trauma related to communicating something, but I doubt it's something like that.
And putting words in my mouth and misconstruing things. And this is
misconstruing. I've I have misconstrued.
The double empathy problem. Before we get into it, if you've never seen my face before, hi, my name is Morgan. I'm an autistic human being and I like to talk about autism on the—
Stop. How many videos have you watched where people call themselves a human being? It's gonna hit a point where I think there are reptilians because so many people say, I'm totally a human.
Internet. I wasn't diagnosed with autism until I was 20 years old. Okay. And I feel like if people knew what autism really was, I would have been identified sooner. And so now I'm really passionate about talking about my autistic experiences online so that other people can understand autism better.
Really bad. Not even gonna question the autism. Okay, she's autistic, everything okay. Do you learn about cancer by listening to people who have cancer? It can be interesting. You can learn one person's experience of it. if you have some sort of framework, some sort of methodology to gather information from many, maybe you can get something from it. If you're going to listen to, and no motherfucker on YouTube watching autism videos is doing this, if you're going to listen to tons and tons of people, maybe you can get a picture even without some sort of methodology or structure. But if you're going to listen to like 5 content creators who have autism, not really a good idea. Same as like, I'm going to learn about cancer by listening to 5 people with cancer. Not really how it works.
Okay, now jumping into things, I first want to...
Especially considering the topic of this video is issues in communication. Right? Maybe this is the worst possible way to understand.
To explain the double empathy problem. This is a term that describes the communication barriers between autistic people and allistic people. We communicate differently. I'm generalizing here, but autistic people tend to communicate in a very blunt and truthful
Autists and normies. It's better.
manner. We are also very fact-driven. We communicate...
This is like red flag number 1. We're just different, you know? Autistic people are just fact gods who know the truth. The superheroification of autism. People just don't understand us because everything we say is so true and honest.
By talking at each other and stating facts rather than having like a two-way conversation.
People can't understand me because what I say is so true.
And so even though we are speaking the same language as allistic people, there is a big communication barrier because the ways in which we explain information is extremely different. And this is the double empathy problem.
I don't think it is. I think there's some truth in the kind of social conversation an autist will go towards versus a normie will go towards. I'm definitely the kind of person to, if I'm super interested in something at the moment, I want to talk about that thing. Mostly I prefer to just listen. I prefer to listen over anything else. But if I'm going to talk, it's normally going to be about something. And the whole like saying facts or whatever is kind of a description. But I don't think there's a huge difference. If me and someone who isn't diagnosed as autistic is going to explain something, I don't think that kind of communication is going to be drastically different. I don't think it's a matter of being comprehensible or not.
Now, there's nothing wrong with either way of communication. Neither one is correct. I mean, I don't understand allistic communication at all, but I'm not here to...
At all? At all? Are you mentally retarded beyond being autistic? You don't understand it at all on any level whatsoever.
Judge. Communication is supposed to be a two-way street. Both parties are coming together and need to put effort into understanding one another. However, with the double empathy problem, it explains that it's an allistic society and that everybody expects autistic people to conform. Therefore, we are putting in the majority of the work and non-autistic people are not putting any work in to try to understand us.
It's forced labor. It's forced labor. Particularly from my perspective as someone who does internet shit. Right? I think most people, regardless of whatever diagnoses they have, right? I think they're just bad communicators compared to how good they could be if they practiced or thought about it more. And I think a lot of people, once they're diagnosed with autism, they blame a lot of stuff on that. When actually, you don't have the perspective to know what is from autism and what isn't. Because if it's a correct diagnosis, you only have that one perspective. You don't actually know how different things would seem if you weren't. It's very hard to know. And it's very easy to do like a cope and blame everything on it. And it's very easy to say, hey, I'm diagnosed with this, but I'm still able to do this, so I must have just worked extra hard. I must have achieved something. Not necessarily. You don't really know. Like, hey, I have autism. How is life different for autistic people? How do things look different for autistic people? You don't know. Because you haven't been not autistic. You have to know the difference to be able to say.
For some reason, we are blamed for communication differences, and we're told that.
And this, for people who are really like fucking, let's say, deep on the spectrum, you can see that communication is a huge problem. Not an expert. My vibe is that a lack of sort of social intuition and differences in communication style can be overcome intellectually. It's not like, oh, I'm doing so much fucking labor. I'm working so hard to communicate. It's just like, oh, I understand it now. It's more like it might take you longer, not that you're... But also, on top of all of this, I think there's enough diversity and variety in the way different people communicate, not just between people with autism, people without autism. Everyone needs to put work into this. Some people might not. And I think even if you're a normie, not putting work into communication burns you really hard. It burns you really hard, locks you into lots of dead ends and leaves lots of doors locked. You might just be hyper aware of it if you have social struggles in particular, or a lack of intuition that other people seem to have. Which in a way is a blessing, because your awareness of that puts you in an advantage over other people who aren't so aware of that, but would still benefit from working on it.
We need to conform because nobody can understand us, yet they're not putting in any effort at all.
Why am I streaming today? It's Friday. I didn't say I wouldn't stream today, did I? You want me to end it right now? Alshad, is that what you want, you little fucking bitch? You want to ruin it for all the people learning from me? My followers.
This is honestly the biggest reason for autistic people being misunderstood. And what sucks about it is that it's not for a lack of trying. I put in so much work to try to get people to understand me.
Yeah, but they can understand you in this video. Right.
Script out my words and practice what I'm going to say, and I make sure to choose my words very carefully so that people understand what I mean. And on
this feels like an act. I don't know, this is sus.
On top of that, I pay so much attention in conversations because I have to decode what other people are saying because it doesn't make sense to me. My brain is moving.
I don't buy that she can present herself like this and then not just be like, oh, in any conversation with a normie, I can't comprehend the meaning of what's being said. That's retardation, not autism. Can be like comorbidities, or rather it can be comorbid. This feels like damning with faint praise. She does not come across to me as a literal retard. You can intellectually understand things. Even if you miss some of the instinctual or intuitive clues. You can learn what subtext other people might be reading. You can do that intellectually. And I would argue that if you aren't dumb, if you aren't intellectually incapacitated, you will learn to do that because you fucking have to, or you're fucked.
Moving 100 miles an hour.
Which I think other people do as well. And I mean, I think that happens. I think if you learn another language and have to have to live in another culture, especially if you do it after childhood, I think the experience is probably very similar. We're doing Brianna tomorrow, Ashrad.
I'm in a conversation with someone because I'm worried about what I'm saying and if I'm going to be misunderstood, and I'm also worrying about what they're saying because I'm having a really hard time breaking down what they mean. Communication does not come easily to me, and I feel like autistic people overlook that because I can communicate so well, so they don't see my deficits and they don't take the time to explain their words. They say, oh, you're so good at communication, you can conform and understand what I'm saying. I expect you to communicate my way. I wish people would just meet.
I'll be real. Didn't I say I wanted to spend the weekend with B? Oh, when she has her time off, it means when I'm not streaming, I spend my time with her. Because you don't get to spend all that much time together. It doesn't mean I don't stream, it just means, like, I'm not... Like, if you expect me to be looking at a bunch of stuff off stream, I don't do it because I'm with her. Or to explain why I'm not looking at the stuff you send or whatever. She's talking about it as if it's a matter of not understanding the face meaning of words. That's like not the problem. That's not the problem. It's a very weird characterization of the problems you run into. And I mean, I'm presuming she's similar to me with the touch of the autism, based on how she's able to present herself and communicate here. I'd like an example of what she doesn't, of something that she hasn't understood. You get me? Like, most conversations I've had with people aren't brimming with subtext and hidden cues. Saw a guy on my road. When I go past him, I wave. He was walking two dogs the other day. I was like, "Hey, those are some big boys." And he goes, "Yeah. Just gotta hope they don't see a cat." And I was like, "Yeah." And then there was a cat, and he goes, "Oh, there's one," and the dog barks. And we went, "Ha ha ha." Like, would she not understand what he meant by would she be tripped up by him saying, "Just gotta hope they don't see a cat"? Would that be something like she'd have trouble understanding? I'm like,
Meet me in the middle just a little bit. The double empathy problem always results.
Also, how? Actually, you know what? This is based. I think everyone who isn't autistic, if you tell them you're autistic, they have to do like a really fucked up and weird autism impression. They have to suddenly speak monotonously and only make statements of fact.
In me being seen as a problem. Since I'm usually the only autistic person in the room, I'm the only one that's interpreting things differently and having a different viewpoint and understanding things in a different way.
And having a different viewpoint and understanding things in different ways. No, you're not. All sorts of people understand things differently. Sometimes to an extreme degree. This is like a weird fantasy. Go off into your autism world. Everything is so different from me, totally different, unique. And everyone else is the same. Not really.
But since I'm the only one, I'm seen as wrong rather than just a different opinion. This happens in friendships all of the time. When I interpret something differently than everyone else, I am told that I'm being difficult and causing problems and causing miscommunications.
Right. Give me an example. I want to see the concrete example of this occurring. Because this feels a bit like, it's not quite a Barnum statement. It's not a Barnum statement. But it feels like it's tailored to have someone watch this and go, "Yeah! That's how I feel!"
I try so hard to explain my viewpoint and my thought process and the way that I understand things.
This is phrased like a questionnaire where you're asked to say how much you agree with this statement or how much it applies to yourself. This is phrased like this. This is like a hyper omega socialized perspective I'm feeling, rather than the opposite.
But people don't want to take the time to listen. They just say, oh, that's not what we think.
Thank you very much, Fountain of Poop.
Therefore, that's wrong and you're being difficult. So get with us or get out.
Like what once that happened? I want to understand how that situation happens. How do you get into a group like that? To even be ostracized? To begin with, if that problem occurs.
I'm often gaslit into believing.
I am often gaslit. Oh, fuck. Thank you, syphilis. Often gaslit into believing
That I'm wrong or I'm causing problems or my way of thinking just can't possibly be correct. It's so infuriating because I'm going out of my way to try to explain myself and conform.
That's not gaslighting, that's them thinking you're wrong and they're right. That's not gaslighting. Gaslighting is super nasty and normally requires the right context to do. And it is basically fucking with someone to the point they don't trust themselves. You're not being gaslit when other people disagree with you and say you're definitely wrong, and everyone agrees you're wrong. That's just mass disagreement.
To you, and yet I'm still a problem? People just have no patience for me, and it sucks. I have patience for other people. I have no idea what you're saying, and I'm putting so much effort into trying to understand.
Give an example, please. What are the words? Tell me the literal words spoken where you cannot comprehend what they mean. I want to see her with a straight face give me a sentence she cannot comprehend.
And you're not doing that to me? Another reason why we are constantly misunderstood is due to nonverbal communication, both us being able to express it and being able to understand other people's.
It's not that big a deal. And it's not, is she going to say that undermines your ability to understand speech? It's not that big a deal there, honestly. I wonder if she'll have good examples.
Autistic people fall into either side of the extremes.
Because the shit where it matters is if like someone wants you to leave them alone and you can't tell they want you to leave them alone. Stuff like that. That's when it matters. A lot, like most stuff can just be intellectually cracked as well. You don't really need to pick it up intuitively. Like what happens, and what happened to me is when you're younger, you run into problems a lot of times, and you just take longer to learn it intellectually as opposed to just sort of intuiting it really fast.
Where they're either overly expressionate and have no poker face, or extremely under-expressionate. For me, I fall in the under-expressionate category. I struggle to make facial expressions, and my voice is very monotoned, and so people interpret me as being mean and unapproachable, and it really sucks because...
Okay. So she means RBF. She does not mean... So she doesn't mean not comprehending things because of nonverbal cues. She means she's involuntarily expressing, get away from me, I don't want to talk to you, blah blah blah. It's just RBF. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Why do you need people to think you're friendly? You don't need that.
I'm a very happy and bubbly person on the inside, and for some reason, I can't get people to see that about me. It's actually one of my biggest insecurities because I don't want people to think that I'm mean.
The weird thing, though, is she's saying this whilst being hyper-expressive like a Pixar animation. Look at her fucking eyebrows.
Or unapproachable or rude because
Or rude, or she's saying this while showing us that she's hyper-expressive and accurate in the way she's using non-verbal expression to emphasize the mood of the statement. So,
I'm not that. If I was mean and unapproachable, like, I would be okay with those things. But that's not me. I'm happy and I'm bubbly and I want you to see that about me. And I don't understand what I'm doing wrong because I try to make facial expressions. No matter how
people read that as fake. Irrelevant. She's claiming her problem is RBF, essentially, or that she's too muted. Right?
how hard I try and how much effort I put into it, I'm still seen as those things. This is a main reason why.
And she says she's interpreted as aggro or whatever, or cold or whatever. When she puts so much effort in, she's putting in effort here. We can see that she knows, at the very least, appropriate expression to act if it is acting. I mean, it's going to be exaggerated for the video, but she at least intellectually understands what to do.
I can't make friends because nobody wants to approach me because I look unapproachable. It's kind of like don't.
This feels like young adult literature fantasy. Don't
Judge a book by its cover.
Where are you going to? Well, like at a bar? What do you mean? I can't make friends because no one wants to approach me.
Judge me by my cover and never try to get to know me.
How many friends do you guys meet just being approached in just randomly in real life? Outside of when I was in school, that's never really happened. It's been like a proximity thing. It's because I've been doing other stuff. It's people I see every day over and over and over and over again, and then start saying hi or whatever, bump into. Making a friend from being approached, like.
And it freaking sucks. But going along with the nonverbal communication, we often don't understand other people's nonverbal communication, things like facial expressions, body language, tone of voice, and this often causes miscommunications as well. Because from my understanding, autistic people communicate a lot with their facial expressions.
This is cap. This is acting. This is fucking acting. You're not retarded. She's acting like this is hard to understand. If you can read a sentence that says that and understand what it means, no, you understand that now. You've been told this. You know this. This is something that you know. You're pretending to be dumb.
And they imply things by their tone of voice, but I can't pick up on any of it. This causes me to misread situations or accidentally cross boundaries or not pick up on what they're trying to say. And I know for myself, I can't tell if someone is upset or angry or hinting at something. And so many times in my life, I've had friends be passive aggressive to me.
How many friends have you had though? I thought you had trouble making friends. Many, many times, her vast number of friends, she's had problems with them. By the way, I can't make any friends. What's going on here, lady?
Try to hint at the fact that I'm doing something that's bothering them, and I don't pick up on their signs because they're not telling me, they're just implying it. And then they blow up in my face and say, I've been telling you not to do that, this bothers me, blah, 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 like, you're ignoring me. And I'm over here like, you didn't tell me any of this. And I feel so bad because I never want to aggravate people or do something that bothers them. And if they told me, I would have immediately stopped, but they didn't tell me, they just implied it. And I don't know if I'm explaining this the wrong way, but whenever I try to rebuttal them and say, but you never told me, I wish I
rebut them.
I had known, that just makes them angrier. I lose a lot of friendships this way, and I
Lady, this is just what you mean. You're not autistic, you're just talking to women.
still don't totally understand it. I don't understand if they just don't like me explaining myself, or if this was just like the last straw and they were looking for a reason to end the friendship. But nonverbal communication is the worst. I am not a mind reader, and I don't understand how autistic people can see someone's facial expression and go, ah, yes, they are angry by making that face.
Are you sure? Unless you have like actual extreme face blindness, which can be a thing. It's gonna be a case of degrees, right? If someone is gonna fucking kill you, I think you'd know. If someone is like, you can see that someone is baring their teeth at you, and you can understand that's probably not good, even if you don't intuitively feel it. That's very simple. If I say to you, if someone is like baring their teeth at you while they growl, that's a really fucking bad sign. Get away. You know that now. There you go. You're welcome. You understand that now. You can see that now.
I don't understand. Me being unable to understand nonverbal communication and express my own nonverbal communication causes me to miss out on the majority of conversations. I'm missing key details about things, and nobody is telling me with their words, and so I just miss it. And this has caused me to be hyper vigilant. And so now I try to guess.
Ooh, there we go. That is a very important word. Hypervigilance. That's like a trauma and stress thing. Very important word for her dimension.
And I try to interpret what's going on. And I say, that facial expression might mean this. And
I would bet she's going to mention that hypervigilance wears her down next. That would be, if she's read about this, that would be what she says.
Try to imply things, but I'm always doing it wrong. I'm always misinterpreting. I'm always getting it wrong. And it's so upsetting. So now, after a whole lifetime of this happening, I've developed communication trauma. I hesitate to even open my mouth and start talking now because my words
very powerful strategy, actually. Very, very, very strong strategy. I do that too in real life. Guess what? If you have any trouble navigating things, any trouble reading people, maximize information in, minimize information out. Actual good strategy. Very powerful. Guess what? Many people... You want a trick? You want a trick to getting along with a lot of people more easily? Lower the ratio of your talking to theirs. People actually like that most of the time. As well.
I've been picked apart and criticized by everyone for my entire existence. And I'm just now starting to realize...
My parents kept getting cheap owns on me as a baby because I couldn't tell they were joking.
How much trauma I have around communication. And for people that aren't autistic, I don't think they're gonna fully grasp this idea because, oh, people don't understand me. Like, that sounds so minor, and it's something that everyone experiences at some point in their life. But for us autistic people, it's so...
For us. For us.
Much deeper than that. It's a misunderstanding about everything we do, everything we say, our entire existence, and it's...
For some it is. Not for me, and I don't buy that it is for her.
Happened our entire life. There hasn't been a single conversation that I've been a part of that someone didn't misinterpret something or they didn't mislabel me as something that I'm not.
Every conversation ever? No. This is bullshit.
And a lot of the time, these miscommunications or people not understanding me isn't just casual. it becomes a very demonized thing. Like, I am given
Becomes a demonized thing. Maybe she does suck at language. Maybe it is an intellectual issue.
these horrible labels because I can't understand them. I'm so often labeled as a problem or rude or unapproachable or an
What's
idiot.
an example?
And it hurts.
Who do you have enough of a relationship with to be aware that they're labeling you as unapproachable? How does that happen? I don't understand how that happens.
So much. I don't even know how to express how much it hurts. It makes me want to not talk to anyone ever. It makes me want to stay in my room and never see another person because I don't want to be misunderstood. And no matter how hard I try, I can't.
Let's be good faith. Let's be good faith. Everything she's saying is true. Okay? For this point, everything she's saying is true. I have trouble lifting weights. No matter how hard I try to lift this 1,000 kilogram weight, I can never do it, and I just try over and over again. You fucking moron. Baby steps. Work up. In tears. Start small. Focus on one thing. Focus on communicating one kind of thing. Figure that out. Add it to your repertoire. Figure something else out. Add it to your repertoire. Don't just strain to do things perfectly in every conversation. You're just gonna rip your muscles out.
I can't seem to get it right. My trauma manifests in two main ways. The first way is that I avoid conversations altogether. I am so fearful of saying or doing something wrong that I will just not interact. The second way that it presents is through autistic masking. I will purposely
Autistic mask activated. I think I have a plugin for that on Sony Vegas.
play up
Suppress demonized traits about themselves.
my facial expressions and make the pitch of my voice sound higher and happier.
Holy
and this is all
fuck.
because I want people to
Is she a Mishima? People recognize my devil gene.
see who I really am on the
Fabre, you bet she thinks being humble and nice to people is masking. We're going to run into some interesting things about that, possibly based on the videos I have lined up, or at least the next video I have lined up. In that, I think there's a subset of people on the internet, in the autism community, particularly it seems to be women, who have mind-fucked themselves into thinking etiquette that everyone is socialized into following is them being autistic and masking. And they're unlearning how to do it. It's very interesting.
inside. I don't want to be labeled as mean and unapproachable, and so I'm trying everything I can to make myself seem happy.
I mean, Zara, here's the thing. She could be. You can't really tell, right? She's 100% performing. In this video, she is performing. And I think she is pretending to believe things that she doesn't quite believe. That doesn't mean she's not autistic.
Happy and bubbly and approachable.
This is gonna fuck you up, but did you know I can lie? But whether she's autistic or not is less important than what is actually within the video. And what's in the video is very weird.
It's been 22 years of me working on this, and I still haven't gotten it right. I'm also extremely
That fucking line, for instance.
careful with my words. I script every conversation in my head and practice it before I say it. And I very carefully handpick words so that hopefully people won't misinterpret what I'm saying or try to look for some hidden meaning. And me being so vigilant about communication as a trauma response actually causes me—
But you've never bought something at the store? You never ordered food successfully?
me to seem very articulate and put together, which is a good thing because then people are understanding me and thinking that I'm really good at communication, but then they don't see the autism. They don't see that I really struggle. And
wait a second. This again. You can smell the autism.
And put together, which is a good thing because then people are understanding me and thinking that I'm really good at communication, but then they don't see the autism. They don't see that I really struggle and they don't help accommodate me. I also have a really bad habit of constantly asking people if they're...
Do we get an example? Can we have like an encapsulated hypothetical? What would someone accommodating you look like? What do you mean?
They're mad at me? And this is a very common trauma response for all different types of things, not just autism. But in my life, I've never been able to see the patterns of people slowly...
That feels like seeking credibility. She's saying she's clueless, but doing a ton of very effective little rhetorical tricks or memes. One after another, bang, 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 bang.
Getting mad at me and trying to tell me that something's wrong. And so I want to be proactive about it. If I can't understand the situation, I need to ask, and I'm going to ask and clarify and bother you and ask you if you're mad at me every 5 minutes because I don't know. And from my experience, people don't tell me right away. They just make facial expressions and change the pitch of their voice, and I can't understand.
Yeah, you want to know who's not going to accommodate you? Someone who's angry with you.
That, but I don't want people to be mad at me. I want to be proactive about it. And so then I ask people every 5 minutes if they're mad at me. The people closest to me, like my boyfriend, have gotten used
That sounds like OCD, to be honest.
to this and know that it's just me trying to be proactive. But
what if she just has... What if she has OCD? What if she has like OCD? Do you know about the thing? I know Hex will know about this. Do you know about the thing where OCD manifests as other conditions? Because it's either an obsession that aligns with that condition, or it's an obsession about having that condition.
there's been a lot of relationships in my life where people very much don't like this. And I'm very much aware that it's annoying. But I also don't know what else I could be doing to be proactive. It would be wonderful if people just accommodated me and used their words, but I don't see that happening. I don't know if...
Does she understand that she has to intellectually comprehend you can illustrate things with an example. Right?
You could tell, but this is something that makes me very emotional because it's my entire existence. It's every conversation I've ever had, and it's every word that people have used to demonize me and describe me as something that I'm not.
Demonizing
and the majority
me.
of my therapy is around unpacking this and trying to find
You're fucked. Therapy, it's over.
alternative ways to communicate and just understanding and processing all of my trauma of being misunderstood. The other day, I was talking to my therapist about unmasking, and I told her that I
Oh no.
didn't feel comfortable unmasking things like my facial expressions or my body language or the way that I change the pitch of my voice, because those are the key things that people see and label as mean and unapproachable. And number one, I don't want to be labeled those things, but number two, I don't want to come off as mean to other people.
Thank you very much.
But the ad fed the streamer a $2 superberry. She found the best excuse for screwing up in life.
I don't think so. I don't feel any indication that she's a fuck up. Where are you getting that vibe from? Let's see if I can sniff it. Oh, she was diagnosed 2 years ago. She's 22. She said she was diagnosed at 20. Damn. Autistic ADHDer. Okay. How I budget travel as an autistic. Oh, man. I think we will... Okay, maybe your theory holds water. Why are so many autistic people unemployed? My experience in the workforce. Q&A with my mom? Oh, baby.
I don't want to intrude on their day and cause them to feel a certain way when that's not my intentions. I am draining all of my energy and all of my social battery
Hypervigilance.
just to please other people and make other people feel comfortable around me, which is so messed up. I should not have to be doing that, but other people aren't me.
Then don't. You can do that. You can do that. It's fine.
Meeting me halfway. And so I'm forced to do all of it if I want people to understand.
This is so embarrassing.
Understand me. I guess the moral of the story is that if you relate to this a lot and you're not already in therapy, go to therapy because you have communication trauma. I feel like I could confidently say that every single autistic person has communication trauma. Anyway, I think that's all I wanted to cover in today's video.
I don't think so at all. I recognized times where I'd struggled, identified why I was struggling, and figured out how to develop that as a skill.
Video, and I'm feeling.
And then the sick shit is you recognize there are areas of communication where, because people have been able to get by on intuition, you can outstrip them. Because they're not even aware that it's something you can intellectually understand and get better than them at.
Very, emotional, and so I'm gonna have to turn the camera off.
Especially if you enjoy fucking with people.
Soon. But I guess a little life update about me is that I'm redoing this room. If you could tell from the paint swatches right here, this is going to become my office, and I'm going to paint it and put a couch in and get a desk. And
a good, literally just having a good deadpan is very powerful for entertainment purposes.
Get a really nice setup because I want to put a lot of effort into my YouTube, and
my YouTube. You have to be doing pretty damn well with it, to be honest. I mean, some of these videos are but look, times 1,000 views by 3 to 5, and you probably have some sort of ballpark. If I'm anything to go on, I imagine she's a bit safer and friendlier for better ads. I'm just super duper curious about this because someone said their theory is that this is a cope for having problems or failing at things. Tim, look at the extortion that's happening right now. Black Myth Wukong refused to be extorted $7 million by Sweet Baby. The reason why the team behind Black Myth Wukong has been subjected to persistent sexist attacks and slander. Have they? Sexist attacks and slander since their first promo video is because they have consistently refused political correctness guidance and rejected the extortionate guidance fees of millions of dollars demanded by these political correctness teams. Who's saying that? Who is this person?
Tim, I'm organizing a blindfolded cake tasting competition, but I need a jingle. Could you record Lucky Bean her strongest Aussie accent saying, "Guess the cakes"?
I'm okay, thanks. Hold up. And thank you guys. Sorry for the parry. I saw it, don't worry. I'll put it on screen. But also, who is this? Okay, a major piece of information is fucking missing. I'll put it on screen. Chinese media says Black Myth Wukong refused to be extorted $7 million by Sweet Baby. Is this just a fucking journo? Actually, such teams are quite common in Europe and America. That's true. They interfere with works like Assassin's Creed, Dying Light 2 Stay Human, and God of War by pushing for politically correct female protagonists. These changes are the direct result of the interference and guidance of... This feels like an AI was fed a bunch of Gamergate 2 videos. Game science teams refuse to communicate with these groups and reject their interference. What? Is that the name of the studio, Game Science or something? Otherwise, what the... Most importantly, they refuse to pay the exorbitant $7 million in guidance fees. Name the studio. Name the studio. This is the direct reason why they're being attacked and slandered. Sorry, name the consultancy even, is what I mean. Some justifications are based on the team's lack of diversity rep, which doesn't align with the political correctness stance. A typical example is an article by a major IGN writer criticizing Hogwarts Legacy and refusing to evaluate it or promote it. I would suggest IGN writers should not be promoting games. Probably a faulty translation, though, due to its alleged lack of political correctness. And then there's an example of this horrible attack. Someone saying to Hideo Kojima says, "This game looks hype." Someone responds and says, "Seeing you promoting and praising a game with such a fervent history of sexism and hatred is really disappointing to me." Who gives a fuck? AAA Ashmore, Triple E. AAA Ashmore E. Did they rename? It looked like a rename. Bro, it's a fucking... They're actually ratioed. This is a real ratio. Here you go. 58 likes, 160 comments. They got fucking destroyed. They got obliterated. They can and do, Nicandros. This is not a fucking example, though. The example provided... No. No. Anyway. For when you guys all stop watching me, when you guys inevitably realize how cringe I am and stop watching me, I guess I need to learn about being autistic in the workplace, at least a little bit. I wasn't planning on looking at this, but now I have to.
Why are autistic people often unemployed? Only 15% of autistic people are employed, which is a crazy number. Now, I'm not going to talk about every...
Yeah, it is. Where'd you get it from? And wherever you get it from, get numbers of who counts as autistic and so on and so forth. Thank you very much. Wargaming Dad 21. Alright. Let me go to the Goog hole. If it's talking about, like... According to the National Autistic Society, only 15% of people Only 15% of autistic people are in full-time paid employment. National Autistic Society. Autism.org.uk. The ONS published data on this. 22% of autistic adults are in any kind of employment. And that's lower than suggested in surveys their charity has run. So the 15% comes from the National Autistic Society, which comes from a survey they ran. Let's, how do I search this place? Let me search 15% on their website. Not really getting what I want. National Autistic Society. Oh. What is this? Right. Here we go. Let me find the citation. National, it's from one of their surveys. It's called the I Exist survey. Is this a searchable PDF? I can't see it on the page. So apparently there are two results when I search 15. Oh, and both of the 15s are just citations. But if I search employment. 5 examples of employment. Well, it's looking like it's pretty hard to find. National Autistic Society surveys indicate that only 15% of autistic adults are in full-time paid work. We are currently undertaking research to update this figure, so it should be used with a small bit of caution. There is a there is, their citation is the I Exist survey from 2008. Hasn't there been a mass increase in people being diagnosed with autism, particularly higher functioning people, since then? Perhaps it was 15% back then, partly because the only people being diagnosed, or most of the people diagnosed, would be way more severe. Okay. And it's hard to find the actual survey results. Maybe they got rid of it since it's been updated. Anyway, that appears to be where she got it from. The National Autistic Society I Exist survey, or I Exist project from 2008, said that only 15% of people with autism were in full-time employment. I'm not finding the 15% anywhere else.
Single reason why it might be hard for an autistic person to get a job and keep a job, but I will give you my experience. Hi, if you've never seen my face before, my name is Morgan. I'm autistic, and I like to talk a lot about autism on here because I think awareness is really important. So I am 22 years old and I just graduated college not even a year ago, and so I haven't had like a corporate office job before, and honestly I do not plan on joining the corporate world because it feels like such like a little club. Like you have to be a really specific type of person to get in, and I know that I am not that person.
She has a degree
Because of my autism.
In something.
But I have worked
a degree that will get her somewhere corpo.
Service jobs
Supposedly.
Since I was like legally allowed to work, which I think was like 15. And just from my experience in like casual customer service roles, I know that the corporate world is so not for me. I always started out as
This feels like it's pandering. Let me check the end to see, is this Reddit anti-work pandering? The test will be the 13-minute mark.
More of like the creative thinker, and I'm good with my hands. And one day I started talking about autism on the internet and people liked it. And now this is my full-time job, which is so cool and so amazing. And also not part of the plans. This is not something that I...
Very easy. Very easy. If you make it work, fucking do it. If you make it work and you can get enough money fucking around online, I recommend doing it. For as long as you fucking can. It's sick. It's just hacking. It's cheats. It's not real work.
Ever thought I would be doing, but it's actually really perfect for me. Now, even with a perfect job that is accommodating to you and it's something that you love, it is still hard to work as an autistic person. I still struggle, even though I'm...
Alright, whatever. Anyway. Let's meet our next friend. I think. So, there's something... this fucking thumb. Does anyone notice what I notice about this thumbnail? It's you with a wig, weird jaw. She took a picture of herself crying directly in front of a ring light. I don't know if you can see the detail on the eyes. She set up a ring light directly in front of herself and then took a picture of her crying. On She needed to make sure her skin tone was perfect and evenly lit from all angles. I need to pee. I'm gonna play you some Loop Hero OST. I'm gonna go pee and I'll be back. Back. Who? If I talk about the boxer ball clamp, do you guys know what I'm talking about? Where if you oh, where's my appointment? Don't know yet. Letter hasn't arrived. The new bit rewards yet. I haven't looked at what they are. I only just saw right before the stream that they exist. Power-ups. I don't know about them yet. What's the sleeve for? I have a glass mouse pad. My skin sticks if I don't wear a sleeve. But, oh. I had loose boxers for a long time because I lost a bunch of weight, and sometimes my ball sack would, like, slip too far to the side and get, like, clamped by the fabric in the middle. I don't know how to explain it. Ooh. This mouse pad. I don't play games anymore, so there's no real reason to have a glass mouse pad, but it's just the mouse pad I have. Why do I have a glass mouse pad? Because it's fast. Fast and smooth. My preference. Or was my preference when I played games. Alright. Time to learn more about autism from people in the community. I'm looking in from the outside. We're going to learn about speech patterns in autistic people. And this is a banger, right? I Am Mind Blind is the channel. 1.1 million views. Hands up how many late diagnosed autistics get autism as a new special interest. Oh man. Oh man. Anyway.
Hi, welcome to my channel. My name's Amanda and I'm a neurodivergent woman. I have autism, ADHD, aphantasia, and a rare memory disorder called SDAM. Don't know what this is.
You hear that sound? That's an SDAM.
It's bothering me. It's going out of the shot. Okay. Editing Amanda here. For the purposes of this video, I will not be editing out any pauses. You will understand as you watch the video.
Aphantasia? I couldn't imagine having that.
I am choosing to make this choice. In this video, I want to talk about speech patterns that autistic people may have. And to have a disclaimer, I am one autistic person. If you meet one autistic person, we are all unique individuals.
True. Not all, okay? I don't know. I think all the, like, low-functioning shriekers, they count as just one guy.
That share common traits, but doesn't mean that all of us are going to have each one of these traits.
True. Blah, blah, blah.
A lot of autistic people will...
Maybe this is going to be less fun than I expected. I don't remember what I heard in this video. When I skimmed this video for funny parts or interesting parts, there was a reason I picked it. I don't remember what it was, though.
Process slowly. There's so many thoughts racing in our minds. We are seeing so much and taking in so much information all at once that sometimes when it comes to speech, and this is why we have nonverbal autistic people, there's just too much for it to get through the logjam to come out of the mouth. Correct.
This is, okay, I think this is just another example of the thing where autistic hypersensitivity is being presented as if she's got like a super processor. We're literally processing more input. I don't think that's how it works.
Correctly, or maybe even at a right speed. When I started YouTube...
The logjam, Ukazuto. She's saying, because we can take in so much more sensory information, we get plugged processing it. I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's a sensitivity to the same amount of stimulus as anyone else.
About 2 years ago, it was on a different channel, cooking channel. I've always loved cooking. It was one of my...
Like, it's not that your eyes are taking in more and your ears are taking in more.
my very first special interest, and I would sit and watch Food Network for hours.
Oh,
Like, I mean, pretty much as long as my mom would let me watch TV, I was watching Food Network
that's crazy.
and absorbing and learning everything about cooking. It was my first special interest. So when I decided to do YouTube, I'm like, of course, I'm gonna do a cooking channel. And before I was diagnosed, I was heavily masked, and I'm still in the
There we
process
go.
of unmasking.
It's the unmasking one. It's the unmasking one. Right, let's go.
I'm going to talk about that a little bit more later on in this video. But masking is where, especially women,
especially women autistic
people, but it can happen for any autistic person, tries to fit in and be neurotypical. We don't know we're doing it. We don't know we're autistic until we get a diagnosis.
Mask off.
And
Mask
we're
off.
just doing it as a survival mechanism. So in my cooking videos, because I'm talking about my special interest,
right,
I'm much more fluent. I can talk faster, and I can there's a better flow to the.
You're just talking like a normal person right now. I have really bad news. You're just talking like any like YouTube mom talks.
Video, oftentimes. But this is where I get advice. My videos are too long. I talk too much. It's my special interest. Autistic people do something called info dump. When we have a special interest, we want to give all the information about it.
See, the thing is another one of those things where it's so weird. It's like that first video we watched. I don't think this applies to videos that you're editing. I don't think this applies. That is something people tend towards. And I sort of had a problem with, like, when I was, like, super into Pokemon, I just fucking talk about that endlessly. That's different to, I know I'm making a video, I'm unable to do anything other than talk for half an hour about the same thing. That's very different. That doesn't mean I can't edit it either. And like, what do you...
So over the course of doing these YouTube videos, I kept trying to learn how to fit the mold. Again, it's part of masking too. It's like, I want to be successful at YouTube, so I would listen.
See, I said this. They become convinced that things everyone contends with and things that mold literally everyone, potentially, are autism.
To other YouTubers and get the advice on how to grow on YouTube. And
the right behavior for viral YouTube videos is not natural to more or less anyone. Very, very few people have the just naturally with no effort the right presentation. No.
And they would be like, you have to have short, flashy videos. Get to the point, right to the point. Cut out all the extra stuff. And it's just not me. It didn't feel authentic, but I didn't know how to, and I kept trying, and finally I'm like, you know what, I'm just me. I'm just
trying to make good videos or be authentic. Just put a webcam in your house. Have someone put cameras where you don't know where they are, and then eventually you'll forget about them, and then people will see the authentic you. That's the only real way. You can't really show the authentic you. Well, okay, there are two approaches. You can't help but be authentic, because whatever choice you make, even if it is to be fake, is your true self choosing to be fake, right? Or you have to get spied on. If you want people to see how you really behave, you have to get spied on. Because if you know you're being filmed, that's going to influence how you behave.
I'm going to have to make longer videos because that's how I think. And this is, again, all before a diagnosis.
That's like just dumb. That's stupid. That's just wrong. I have to make longer videos because that's how I think. Get better at editing. I guarantee you're not making chicken parm and for 2 hours saying original thoughts in a stream and never repeating yourself in any way.
Then I started this channel at my sister's urging, because there's not that much information about aphantasia and SDAM. They're both very rare neurodivergencies. And so she was very curious because she is the opposite of me, and she wanted to learn more, and she thought other people might be interested in learning about not being able to see in your mind's eye.
The editor is herself, and she's saying she left. I know why she left it in, to show, look how I really talk.
And all my weird memory stuff. And so I started this channel, and sorry, there's a hair. So again.
Here we go. Guys, are you ready? We're about to see why she didn't edit things out. We're about to see authentic autism. You ready? Are you prepared?
The speech patterns of autistic people tend to be slow because we are processing everything in our environment. I'm processing the sun coming out. I'm processing the ring light behind me, that piece of paper over here, this one hair that will not leave me alone. All of this sensation is amplified in an autistic brain. And for us to block all that out and talk takes a lot of brain power.
There's some truth to that, but she's making it sound like it's like super sense superpower.
Okay.
It is, as someone else said before, it's not like you're a superhero with super senses. It's more like a filtering problem. And for a lot of people, it's only certain stimuli that they have trouble ignoring. Like you'll hear people talk about misophonia, which is where certain sounds bother them to a great degree and they can't ignore them.
So, seriously, I've got to find this hair.
Oh, it's so authentic.
I don't know. Can't see it.
Jubilant. That jubilant expression, man.
So on my kicking videos, they were too long, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna have to be mean. Oh, no. That's not where I was. I was on this video. So I started this channel, and
I'm just really curious. Does she link a cooking channel? SDAM stands for Severely Deficient Autobiographical Memory, which is a lifelong inability to vividly recollect or re-experience personal past events from a first-person perspective. I was formally diagnosed at age 42 with autism and ADHD. Look, call me a bigot, but I feel like that's a flag. I feel like that's a very large red flag, personally. What if I search cooking? Learning to unmask as a late diagnosed autistic woman. Skill regression? What? What is it like to be autistic? How do autistic people hide in plain sight?
hey everyone, welcome to my channel.
Day in Life Autism and ADHD Edition. Is there a whole day just at that desk? Jesus. Go outside. Autistic PDA profile. How my autism diagnosis changed my life. Can't stop yapping, must be autism. Stop this fucking... Your autistic friend would like you to watch this video. What your autistic friend wishes they could tell you. Holy... This is the normiest fucking channel I've seen in my entire life.
Hey everyone, welcome to my channel. My name's Amanda. I am autistic. I have ADHD. I have a memory disorder called SDAM. It stands for Severely Deficient Autobiographical Memory. And I have total aphantasia, which means that I don't visualize.
Stop it. I've heard the term high masking used a lot recently, which I like because it acknowledges the effort involved. Mask at maximum.
Or experience any of
How I eat breakfast as an autistic woman. We're in that fucking territory, dude.
the senses in my mind. I have playlists on all of these.
Which direction do autists wipe in?
Topics, so make sure you check them out. And remember, this isn't a medical channel. It's mostly a vlog about my...
How hard do autists come? Do we shoot rope? Now, I said that joke, but I remember what's on her channel. Does aphantasia affect sex? Not affect. Affect. Finding a new doctor causes so much anxiety with autism. Listen to autistic voices. You're doing it right now, brothers. You're all good boys. Stop using mild or severe autism as a label. I say that, though. Oh. Internalized ableism. ABCs of Autism Part 1 and 2. She's fucking serious, boys. The 5 traits. What an unmasked autistic person looks like. The language makes it sound like you put on the They Live goggles and it's, there's a fucking autist and fucking get a brick and bashes it, fucking kill him. How to unmask autists and exterminate them? I don't fucking... What the fuck? The neuro spicy mama? Stop it. She has an alt channel? Fucking Christ! What is this is the cooking channel, huh? Or just an alt channel? Because it says kitchen fun and product reviews. Her other channel is called the Neuro Spicy Mama. In case you... Yeah, she has the Pride flag, support retarded creators. What is this? Lint remover review. 6 ingredient soup. Nugget ice review. What my neurodiverse family eats, a deep fried fucking rat.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Neuro Spicy Mama. My name is Amanda, and yes, it has been a hot minute since I have posted any videos. This one's still going to be pretty short.
Shut up. Is this sponsored? I don't think it's sponsored, okay. Oh no, and she says it's unsponsored. Specifically. We use HelloFresh so that my husband and I can have a bit more variety without a lot of extra work. Using HelloFresh as a disability accommodation in my life has been very helpful. Actual fucking NPC. Jesus Christ. You could run into this chick in Skyrim.
2 months post-op from my foot surgery. I've upgraded from a knee scooter to a fancy
nice flipper.
Which in turn is giving me a little bit more mobility and able to do more stuff in the kitchen. So, let me tell you what I've been
cooking.
Pieces of garlic. I will say
garlic, more like garnished. That's a joke for the German viewers. I hope you enjoyed it. Ausrad, despair, okonomiyaki, damn, and a weeb, incredible. What do we have here? Kebabs, stir-fry sauce. Welcome to the Neuro Spicy Mama, formerly Dit Dot. Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Neuro Spicy Mama. So if you've been around for a long
Trans James Woods. Oh no.
Time, this channel was formerly known as Dit Dot. And I wanted to...
That thought is fucking me up really badly. I'm sure it doesn't... I'm sure it doesn't look that way if I compare her directly to a picture, but my memory of what James Woods looks like
on here today to talk a little bit about the changes. There won't be that many, and explain why I am going in a new direction. I've always loved the name Dit Dot. It has personal meaning to me, but it really didn't convey
but now I'm going to destroy
exactly that what my channel was about. When I started my channel almost 2 years ago, I was just excited to be on the platform. I had a desire to teach people how to cook, but even more than that, I wanted to just connect. I love
Okay, whatever. Just pretty generic cringe. What's your oldest video? Chicken ravioli, fluffy pancakes. An easy chicken parm.
Hey everyone, welcome to my kitchen tonight, or this afternoon. I'm kind of starting dinner early again, which...
When was she diagnosed?
As you'll see, I do it quite often because I like to cook when I have the time.
That's interesting. Here's the thing. 42, yeah, but how old is she now? How do I explain? Being diagnosed with autism doesn't make you stupid. It doesn't make you not able to emote in a video deliberately. Right? Like compare this.
Welcome to my kitchen tonight.
Weird. Okay. I'm losing track.
Hey everyone.
This one I picked purely for the thumbnail. I like it a lot. This might be terrible. This might have nothing interesting or funny in it at all.
Have you ever met someone that just seemed different than most people you interact with? It was easier to communicate with them. They seemed really friendly and you just clicked. And
oh shit, this is actually this creepy stuff. Anyone who's ever been open online that they have an autism diagnosis, have you ever had someone message you and be like, hey, I feel like we just really connect and it's because I have autism too? Do you feel that connection that we have as autistic people? I had some guy message me like that and I was like, no.
You didn't know why. The reality is that you might have just met another autistic person.
It's infectious, dude. This is the vector by which people who diagnose themselves will now start diagnosing all their friends. The online autism ideology has legs now. The channel's called Proudly Autistic, by the way. This is like an infection vector being built into it.
And the reason that you had that compatibility was due to the double empathy problem, which states that we as autistic people fundamentally communicate differently than neurotypical people.
It's actual autism ideology that people then adhere to once they learn about it. What the fuck?
Nothing wrong with it. It's just a difference. It's almost like we're speaking a different language.
No, really,
so
no.
For us as autistic people, when we...
That's going way too far. Where did double empathy come from? Origin. Right. The theory of the double empathy problem is a psychological and sociological theory first coined in 2012 by Damian Milton, an autistic autism researcher. Oh, fuck. Any future people born with autism, you're fucked. You're done. It's over. You don't have a chance. Although, quickly looking at the Wikipedia article, The Wikipedia article, scrubbing it. Seems a bit less extreme than these people are saying, are characterizing it. But that's how it always goes, right? People will learn about something and then they'll adopt it, and they'll to make it have a bigger impact as part of their identity, they'll exaggerate it. And that doesn't mean, for example, that this lady isn't autistic. She gives me strong autism vibes. But you can still mindfuck yourself, even if you are autistic and there's truth to the idea. You can like mindfuck yourself into turning it into a social identity, like being a goth or a punk or an emo or a furry.
We navigate our world constantly interacting with neurotypical people, and there's always this friction and we never feel understood. When we suddenly meet an autistic person, it's very validating and good for our own well-being, our mental health. So today I thought it would be fun to talk about.
Like this, I suspect, is taking it way based on the Wikipedia summary. The Wikipedia summary is like, is this person's name for the phenomenon where autistic people seem not to have as much trouble with autistic people. And there seems to be a separation. There seems to be trouble both ways between autistic people and non-autistic people communicating. And there seems to often be a bit less friction in between autistic people and in between non-autistic people. Which is probably, like, just seems on its face probably accurate. But this is turning it into, like, whoa, way more than that.
About how I've spotted autistic traits in other people. Now, it's not to say that this is a comprehensive list or that if someone has one of these traits, they're absolutely autistic, because that's certainly not true. But for me, when I recognize these traits, I perk up a little bit. I start paying more attention. And if I recognize a good amount of traits, I'm going to tend to assume that
What's the term going to be? So, like, pink pilling someone is convincing someone they're trans. What is the autism? What is autism pilling someone? Puzzle pilling someone? Spurg pilling.
That person is at least neurodivergent and possibly autistic, unless something indicates otherwise.
Train pilling.
And for me, that has been helpful in being able to develop really quality relationships. One of the biggest clues for me that someone might be autistic is how we interact in conversation. If we have a conversation and there is a balance to it, they are providing information about themselves, they are asking questions, there seems to be a chemistry to it, I'm thinking they're probably autistic.
Dude, they're... Bro! I strongly doubt that the idea is that people with autism interact the same way that people without autism do between each other. This is like the theory that there's a line between non-autistic people and autistic people communicate together like non-autistic people do. It's just crossing that line is problems. I didn't think it would be this extreme. I thought the idea would be like, you're both communicating in this way that's sort of autism tinged. This is, if you're talking as if you're both not autistic, that means you're probably both autistic, because you know one of you is autistic, and getting along and work and talking normally, going back and forth, means they must be autistic too for that to work. I don't think this is how it is. No, this is very strange.
ADHD or something like that. And the reason is because when I communicate with neurotypical people, which is to say most of my conversations with people, it generally is very one-sided. I feel like I'm doing most of the talking. They are not providing any information about themselves generally. They might be asking.
Her explanation, no, stop, Wingwinder. That doesn't give her a point. Because she's explaining it mechanically. She's not saying simply autistic people are more likely to be comfortable together. She's saying on the back of an autistic person conversing with someone comfortably in a manner that neurotypical people might converse, that identifies in them some form of neurodiversity, whether that's autism, ADHD, or whatever, blah, 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 blah. Autistic people being more likely to date another autistic person doesn't support what she said, because it's highly specific what she said. In the same way that autistic people are more likely to date autistic people is also very specific.
Questions, they might be looking on politely, but there's not a great connection. We're not clicking, right? And
like, I think it will be absurd to use you have autism, someone dates you, that they're dating you fulfills a criterion for them being autistic, right?
Again, that is most of my conversations. That's most of my world, is interacting with people where there's just friction.
Civi, what are you doing?
So when I suddenly connect with someone and they seem engaged and they're volunteering information about themselves, it is so obvious. It is so marked. And I tend to believe that that person is, again, either autistic.
And she's saying it's on the basis of if she talks to them and they volunteer information about themselves. That's an indicator. That's...
or neurodivergent, ADHD, or something like that. Another indicator can be if they seem to have challenges understanding social rules. So,
yeah, of course. First one, no. This one, yeah, obviously. Another indicator that the person you're talking to might be autistic is if they display symptoms of being autistic. Yeah,
maybe
sure.
Maybe they interrupt a lot, or maybe they just seem very anxious to insert their own opinion or ask their own question as soon as you stop talking, and you can tell that they really didn't hear anything that you said. Maybe when they provide their input, they pivot a conversation. So maybe you've been having this great conversation on one topic, and all of a sudden they just throw out something that has nothing to do with anything, and it just like halts the conversation, right? So those could all be indicators. It's not to say them in themselves necessarily indicate that a person is autistic, but especially when added to other things, it might give me pause. Other indicators can be how they speak. Are they very precise in their language, maybe almost too serious or overly formal? Does it seem a bit stilted?
Yeah, at this point, she's describing like classical autism symptoms.
When they talk, where it doesn't flow naturally, kind of like when I talk a lot of times where there can.
But what does it mean that you'd be able to identify that? She gives me major autism vibes, for sure, but...
be these uneven pauses. Are they overly animated when they have conversations, like really excited because they're not monitoring their body language? Things like that can be small signs. Another big clue for me is how they respond when I tell them something about myself. Now, if I were to tell someone something about myself,
I think this is going to get weird again.
The standard neurotypical response would be to say, "Oh, wow, that's so amazing," or "Oh, that's frustrating. I'm sorry that happened," or "Tell me about it," or something like that. That's how most neurotypical people would respond.
That's someone who's not really interested.
Now, many, not all, but many autistic people.
Someone who's interested, regardless of whether they're autistic or have ADHD or whatever. They might ask for... two things I think are likely to happen. Here's my take. Ask a little bit more precisely about, like, oh, what happened? What was that? What was, like, what's going on with that? Or how did you do that? What is that? Blah, 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 blah. Ask a question with, like, that will actually draw something out of someone. Right? Because you're genuinely interested and you'll ask a question that's trying to dig at something you want to know. Or you might share an example of your own thing that's similar. Say, oh, that reminds me of blah, 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 or this, blah, blah, blah. Give something of yourself, and they give you something, you give something in return. Just reciprocate. What's she going to say?
Might respond by telling you a story about a similar situation. So
that's intensely normy. That's very normy. That's not an autism sign trick.
They're creating an analogy to your experience. And they're doing that because they're trying to convey that they heard you, they understand, they're maybe trying to be sympathetic, right?
Yeah.
But they're doing it in a way that is different than neurotypical people.
No, this is very normal. That's extremely normal. That's very, very normal. That's one of my 2 examples of the super normal thing people do. If they're genuinely interested, dig out little bit more specific details, or they go, I'm like you. Oh no. She's meta-autismed herself. She recognizes that that's the person trying to explain that they're like you. They're trying to say, I feel the same thing as you. And based on that taste of empathy, she's presuming that means they must also be autistic, because if they feel like me, they must be autistic too. Is that what's happening here?
And it's not to say that all autistic people do this, but a lot of autistic people do this. So that is another very big flag, because you don't see it very often with neurotypical people.
You don't. And if you're assuming anyone who does that isn't neurotypical, then you've already fucked your analysis, right? You personally might not. I see it. Well, you know, anytime I see someone talk about an experience they've had, I hear it on the fucking bus.
Another trait could be if someone is very blunt, if they don't sugarcoat
based. Kazuya, I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
If they just get right to the point, if they don't soften their message, right? So a exaggerated example of this would be if someone lost their job and the autistic person responded by saying, well, you did call in all the time and you were always late, so I'm not really surprised, right? So that's factual, that's the truth, but it's not really sensitive to the person in the moment who is very worried that they
destroyed,
right? So that is something that some autistic people might do. Now, plenty of neurotypical people can do that too.
Yes,
so I'd
of course.
say this is a smaller indicator, but
I'd say it's not really an indicator at all.
So if you start seeing a lot of these signs, that can start adding to, oh, okay, well, you know, maybe there's something more here. Another common indicator that someone might be autistic is that they have a special interest. Now, this is not to say that they necessarily have had this interest throughout their life. That is a bit of a stereotype, the idea that they are into a topic when they're very young, maybe 5 years old, and then well into adulthood, they're still into that topic. That's not to say there aren't autistic people like that.
What you gonna say?
But there are plenty of people like myself as an ADHDer that dabble.
Oh, I hate that. An ADHDer with a hard R. She just dropped it with a hard R, just like that. ADHD is what people, they call themselves ADHDers when they have an autism and ADHD diagnosis. They mash them together.
So I could be passionate about one topic, and then the next year I'm all in on something else, and I've totally disregarded that first topic, right? But the difference
they're talking about it like a Path of Exile build.
It's a way you could tell it's a bit different than my neurotypical peers is the level of interest, the level of knowledge that I acquire. I really get into the weeds. And also
I acquire mass amounts of knowledge.
So the time I spend on it, it can be all consuming. It might be all I do during my free time, which is a bit different again than my neurotypical peers. So it's not to say that
I find it weird that they speak in generalities and don't dig into anything specific. I mean, maybe she'll own me and I've pause andied. It's almost like they're regurgitating criteria they've read elsewhere. Rather than saying, for instance, I did this and I would get up and do it all day. Like, I was so obsessed with guitar that as soon as I'd get home from school, I'd blast out my homework as fast as possible, as poorly as I could get away with, and then play guitar until I went to sleep. And then all weekend, from the time I woke up to the time I went to bed, I'd be practicing, unless I was forced to go out shopping or something. Just why not?
Typical people don't have special interests. It's not to say that neurotypical people can't become consumed with their interests, right? However, it is a good sign. It's one of those little flags like, okay, yeah, this person might be autistic. Another sign is that they might take things very literally. So they might.
If they like things very much, they might be autistic. I mean, with Xenoblade 2, that's fair.
Have trouble with idioms like it's raining cats and dogs. They might have trouble with humor, or at least neurotypical humor, and they might not understand innuendos.
Okay. I didn't know that the autism community was on the autistic humor is different bandwagon. Sorry, I didn't know that bandwagon existed. They might have trouble with humor, or at least neurotypical humor. Are there any like autistic stand-up clubs?
Another sign is that they might show signs of alexithymia, which is when someone.
Oh shit, what's that? I used to know what that was. That sounds so familiar. I can't remember. Can't identify your feelings. I mean, I struggled with that for a long time, actually.
Has difficulty understanding another person's feelings or what they are thinking. And sometimes they're not in tune with their own feelings.
Yeah. I had a problem, especially in my teens when I was really hormonal, right? Going through puberty, all that testosterone. I would fucking like not understand that I was excited for something and just be furiously fucking angry like all day. Because it would annoy me the way I felt, and then I'd like interpret it as anger. That's a sick one.
And unfortunately, the prevalence of alexithymia is much higher in autistic people compared to the general population. Another sign is whether they seem anxious or lacking confidence in social settings. Maybe whenever you're out in a party or in a big group, they are always off to the side by themselves. Or maybe they seem to struggle to make friends. Maybe they only have one or two close friends, right?
It's called being smart and knowing who your real homies are.
So these are indicators that someone might be autistic. I wouldn't say they're really strong indicators, but again, if we're just adding things up, they could be signs. Another sign is how we make eye contact, because we make eye contact differently than neurotypical people.
I can't. Now, I'm not going to be able to handle the next chapter of this video.
Some of us can get pretty close to how neurotypical people make eye contact, but there's still some slight differences. We might still flit around a little bit. And then, of course, there's the more stereotypical presentation where they just will not look at you when they're talking, right? So that's common too. But
the shit that rules is when you just fucking blast people. If someone's annoying you, here's the sickest. The sickest, like, I feel like it's a trick people don't know. I feel like it's a trick people don't know. There are two versions of the trick. If you want to send the message, then... Well, it's not even a message. If you want someone to be uncomfortable, burn their eyes. Just make 100% eye contact. Never, ever break it. Force them to break it. And make sure as soon as they come back for eye contact, you're still looking. It makes them not feel good. People sort of know that. If you want someone to feel like really, really, really uncomfortable, does anyone know where to stare? Do you know what fucks people up? Mouth? Not the mouth. Look at their neck. I found that messes people up.
Is if they seem to be, when they're communicating with you, if they seem to be looking at you in a way that's a bit different than how you observe most people, that might be a sign. Another huge sign for me that someone might be autistic is their hand gestures, specifically when they are excited. Are they shaking their hands or bouncing their hands, like, flappy hands or happy hands? Yeah, are they doing this? Or are they much more
Look at my cute little flapping hands.
precise, much more controlled? Oh, wow, that's great news. I'm so excited for you. Good job, right? So this is how a neurotypical person generally responds when they are excited. And then this, and not all autistic people do this.
I want a shirt that just says in huge letters, Italians aren't white, they're autistic.
I don't, but my oldest child does, right? So it is something that we do. It is very marked. It is definitely different than how neurotypical people respond. So when you see this or this, it's a pretty good indicator that the person is at the very least neurodivergent. Another big sign that someone might be autistic is their relationship with sensory input. Are they really sensitive? So maybe sounds that don't bother other people.
Order this, but I want to hear topics and depth of conversation. Place your bets now. Will this person suck off autism and say, like, autists, they just reach a deeper level of things. They just talk in facts and care about truth. Are we going to get one of these?
Now, the biggest sign for me that someone is almost undoubtedly autistic has to do with what we talk about and how quickly in our relationship we get to the point where we're talking about those type of things. So, for example, within an hour of knowing it,
does she fuck on the first date? Autistic, no question.
A neurotypical person, we're probably talking about what we do for a living. Maybe we're talking about our kids. Maybe we're talking about a bit about our background, where we grew up, stuff like that, very surface level. Within an hour of meeting an autistic person, not only are we talking about our kids, but we might be talking about how hard it is to raise teenagers. Not only are we talking.
That sounds incredibly stereotypically just normal. That sounds really normal.
Talking about maybe that we're a single parent, but we're talking about our divorce. We're talking about real.
Yeah, it does sound like a single mother, doesn't it?
Deep issues, and we get there very quickly. Now, this could
real deep issues hidden out of sight, like looking after teenage kids is a challenge alone. Yeah, that's real far beyond the surface. People write about that on fucking Reddit. People tweet about that.
Be good in that it builds the relationship. You get to know someone. You get to skip through all the formalities, right? But it also can be bad because maybe you're getting too familiar with someone that you shouldn't, right? So it goes both ways. But the point is that it's very different. It's very distinct from how we, or at least I, typically.
I mean, her channel's called Proudly Autistic. Place your bets on an age of diagnosis if she shares it.
Communicate with a neurotypical person. It is very obvious that when I'm communicating with a person in that way, where there is that familiarity, where they're just offering up information about themselves, that they are at the very least neurodivergent, but more likely autistic. So that's all for today. Let me know what you think down below.
Unmasking again. Do you speak autistic? Oh, man. It's Tazon Day! Oh, shit. But Daniel Abbey says, after discovering that I was autistic in my 40s, it is usually quite easy for me to recognize members of my tribe. Tazon Day says, absolutely. I notice immediately when I no longer have to mask or code switch to allistic. It's like, oh, I can deploy the other 95% of me. It's signal and not noise. This is weird Spurg cult shit. This is really, really weird Spurg cult shit. I don't like this at all. No, this is insane. Totally relate to the experience of offering an analogy to show you get it. Okay, she was talking about your own experience or another experience to use as an analogy. So she's talking about someone tells you an experience they had, you share one of yours to compare it to. Didn't realize it's a neurodiverse trait. Yes, it's a big one. Neurotypical people generally don't do that. An exception would be maybe if they're trying to demonstrate dominance, as if they know more or have done more impressive things in life. It's all about intent. A neurodiverse person is not sharing stories for those reasons. This is fucking crazy. This is whacked. A neurodiverse person, and more specifically an autistic person, is sharing stories because they are trying to show the other person that they heard them and demonstrate how they relate to their experiences. This is the most normal thing. They're trying to build connection and move the conversation along. Have you been on a bus? You can, on the average bus trip, especially the old grannies, they all talk like this constantly. I suspect it's because coming up with questions in the moment can be too hard and unpredictable. It's much easier to draw on lived experience. Dog. Bro. Hello! I just wanted to thank you for making these videos. The grannies were dominating me. I was recently diagnosed as autistic at age 40. Now, bear in mind, this doesn't mean she's not autistic. In fact, she might be predisposed to like a really fucked up understanding of these things because she is autistic, which compounds it. I was diagnosed at age 40. It's been a very informative but also disorienting experience. Yours, as well as some YT creators videos, have been monumental in helping me navigate a lot of confusion. Oh no, and now the misunderstanding spread to all the other autists. And then they become more divorced because, not just because of part of how they are, but actual knowledge is fucked and wrong and causes them to be wrong about social stuff. Learn induced autism. Socially induced autism. I stream video game and randomly I built a small community of 12 people, and after a while I found out everyone was autistic, even me. Got bad news, chat. Got bad news. That's interesting. We do tend to gravitate to each other. Some truth in that. Sure, she's going way too far. Right, this person has a video called Cat Diarrhea that sounds like a ketchup bottle. 101,000 views. Okay. I'll take it off the screen, but you can hear it. I don't know if I can show a cat shitting.
Oh, we had an emergency. Oh! Oh!
Oh my fucking god! It's so bad. Dog, it's so bad. It's a stream, bro. Holy shit. I'm gonna throw up, bro. Done. Let's look a bit more at Proudly
Have you ever had
Autistic's
your
channel.
autistic experience challenged? Maybe you were told, oh, well, you're really...
Have you had your autistic experience challenged? Yeah, but I don't care. Oh, hello, my name is Karen, and I received a late autism diagnosis at age 40. Yum. It was the happiest and most consequential day of my life. For so many years, I hated myself for being unable to do what others found intuitive. My diagnosis was the solution to a lifelong mystery. Finally understood who I was. I'm gonna say, I get strong Tism vibes from her. I was immediately saddened to realize that being openly autistic would jeopardize my employment. Now, unless you are severely struggling, there's no reason to be like openly autistic, or unless you are prepared for it, like in a normal job. But it is true that if you mention it even casually, there are people who not even trying to be mean or anything, just because of their misunderstanding or whatever, from that point on they think you're a fucking retard. So there is reason not to mention it. That's real. However, she carries on and says, it was an impossible choice. Ultimately, it was my oldest child's diagnosis that motivated me to claim my autistic identity. It's just a description of what you are. Change must happen, and I'm dedicated to be part of it. She has severe PTSD, struggled in the past with dissociative behavior and avoidant personality. Maybe it's something else then. Ah. Okay. Yeah, the thumbnails are great. Stop calling us shy. Why autistics seem self-centered. Stop people-pleasing. Treating autistic as a language. Path to workplace acceptance. Sounds like a guaranteed way to have no one accept it if you have to talk differently to the other people.
Imagine that you have a new coworker.
Or rather, if you have to talk differently. The French experience? Jesus Christ, okay.
They just moved to the United States from France. Now, of course, English is their second language. They have an accent, and they have slightly different cultural and social norms than you do. And all of this is understandable because, you know, they're French, right? And
no, I don't really tolerate the French, to be honest.
There are times when you talk with them that there might be a bit of a misunderstanding. Maybe they don't know a certain word.
True, gang, true.
They don't understand a certain American idiom, but this is understandable. Of course, they would not be an expert on what it's like to be an American because they're French, but they're doing the best they can, and that's very commendable. And
they're doing the best they can, but after all, they're French. Kind of a based video.
Actually pretty amazing that they are throwing themselves into this environment. So you're able to have conversations with them when they have questions or when there are misunderstandings to navigate through it. And that's the way it should be. Now let's look at the autistic experience. We as autistic people are fundamentally different than neurotypical people. Why?
I think that's going too far. Different. We as autistic people are French. It's probably better to say like there are fundamental differences. Fundamentally different makes it sound like we're a different fucking species.
While autism can be a disability, it is also part of our social identity. It impacts how we perceive our
Oh no, identity is a virus.
World, how we interact with others, how we communicate. It is part of who we are. And unfortunately, when we go to work, we are expected to pretend like that does not exist. And even worse, we are expected to communicate in a way.
Well, yeah, sometimes that's the case, Zara, but what I'm saying is it makes sense not to because of the risk, especially if it's colleagues who you're going to have to see every day, right? The reason not to isn't because it's a guarantee, it's a risk to mention it, so, and like, it's not necessarily going to benefit you unless you really need help.
That is not intuitive to us. We are expected to speak neurotypical, and unfortunately, we are never going to speak neurotypical.
You're expected to speak English.
As well as a neurotypical person. Autism.
Have you seen the fucking people who get away with having customer service jobs for years?
Is almost like our first language, and when we communicate with...
Sorry, what? Hang on. What the fuck did you just say?
Is almost like our first, well, as a neurotypical person. Autism is almost like our first language. And when we communicate with neurotypical people, we're speaking neurotypical. It's essentially our second language. And unfortunately, because we can't claim our autistic identity, we can't explain when there are
We need to claim our autistic identity and our homeland. Japan is ours.
Understandings, because we are being perceived.
Siffy, how long have you been here? The double empathy problem that's being described seems like a thing that's real. Autistic people will tend to have less trouble with other autistic people than they do with non-autistic people, and non-autistic people have more trouble with autistic people than they do with other non-autistic people. That seems obviously correct. But they're treating it like there's a barrier. There are two different flavors of person. And the autistic people all fit together, and the non-autistic people all fit together, but crossing that line makes them not fit. Well, I don't mean any given person. It gets hard when you consider, like, obviously, if we're talking like a non-verbal autist, I'm gonna have no idea what to do with them. I think if you're like autism level 2, and you're with another autism level 2 person or people, I think your instincts work better. Let's put it this way. Your instinctual, non-intellectual choices are going to work better.
As if we are...
Although now that I think about it, I'm putting myself in the shoes of a younger me because I was more impacted by this stuff when I was younger. I think before you've learned to deal with any challenges you have, it's probably true, but then after it, it's not true.
Neurotypical. Why would a neurotypical person have a hard time communicating with the neurotypical person? What's wrong with them, right? And so the expectation that's being placed on us is almost like asking that French person, hey.
So she is saying something as extreme as what Siffy was suggesting, by the way.
If you want to be able to work here, you have to do it with an American accent. That's ridiculous. You wouldn't ask them to do that. And you wouldn't ask them to assume that English was their first language, because it isn't. But for us, we do have to present that way. And the problem...
I would simply not hire the French person.
Problem with that, because we have to essentially lie about who we are. When there are misunderstandings, because, you know, we're autistic and we're speaking in a way that's not intuitive to us, unlike in that previous...
I want examples. You can tell me an example of a way someone spoke. You can replicate it and explain that you don't need to. Like, I don't know what they're talking about.
A situation where the French and the American go, oh, oops, I misunderstood, let's work through it. We don't have that benefit.
Like, you're using an analogy for something that happens, and you could explain it directly. You're using an analogy to better illustrate something, but you haven't shown me what the thing itself is. I can't imagine, like, an autism issue parallel with the French person thing. Like, I can't imagine a specific one.
we can't explain why we are misunderstanding a situation. So then we are just judged for not being able to figure things out, not being as competent as everyone else. So we're constantly running at this deficit. We're being judged in ways that our peers are not, simply about us, because we do not have the freedom to simply say, I'm autistic.
There are lots of weird, there are like loads of weird people though. You might have a debuff compared to other people. You might have, let's say you have higher odds of this being an issue, but there are tons of weirdos.
And I think differently. I communicate differently. There's nothing wrong. I have trained myself to talk neurotypical. I'm doing the...
For the love of God, don't say that to anyone ever. Literally just never say that again. Erase the possibility of saying I don't speak neurotypical. Or I have trained myself to speak neurotypical.
The best I can. But obviously I'm never going to speak neurotypical as well as you as a neurotypical person. But you know what? Please give me some grace. And when there's misunderstandings, let's talk through it.
Lexi, she hasn't done a subject leap though. She's illustrating what it's like to be an autistic person around neurotypical people by analogizing with a French person amongst English speakers. That describes the nature of the problem. But I would like to see a specific example of the problem. What would be an instance where someone has said something and you don't understand it and it's been a problem?
Instead of just judging me and assuming there must be...
Especially if it's happening constantly, all day, every day. What's an example?
Something wrong or defective with me, because the pressure, the stress of having to pretend like I am something that I never will be is crushing. And not only for my work product, my ability to be a good employee, but as an individual, psychologically, to feel that...
That sounds more like you. This sounds like an internal struggle.
Who I am is not welcome in society. This is not okay. This is a message to employers to clean up your act, rethink how you are treating autistic people. Solving the autistic unemployment crisis has nothing to do with accommodations or work programs, things like that. It has to do with rethinking how you think about autistic people.
For people with just a sprinkle of autism, maybe there are people who are, incapacitated to various degrees by their autism, who straight up are actually just worse off and less capable. That is a thing.
In the workplace. And they have every right to exist in the workplace. They should not have to hide who they are, bend themselves just to participate. Because you know what? When we are spent...
I feel there might be a lack of understanding that normies are bending themselves too. The work environment isn't a super normal environment. Necessarily. It depends. I mean, it depends how casual where you work is. But many work environments are not natural at all. Right, this lady's fascinating. We might not even get to how Rishi Sunak makes people feel autistic. Let's peep this real quick just to make sure we get it in. I did not pre-watch this at all. Biden, what about him? Link him. Who the fuck is Biden? I just want to see his Hyperborea. Tim Biden video. Ah. Alright, let's peep. Biden has said happy birthday. Happy 78th birthday, Donald. Take it from one old guy to another, age is just a number. This election, however, is a choice. They need to fire whatever Zoomer they've hired to do this, they need to fire immediately. It's agony. It's extremely painful. Biden runs on age is just a number campaign promise. Oh no. Look, in context it's fine. In context it's fine, but true. Autism disclaimer. Shouldn't I have these on my videos? I should put this before all of my highlight videos, regardless of the content. Autism is a diverse spectrum involved, don't care.
Rishi Sunak makes people feel autistic.
Holy shit! Oh. If he just ended it there, 10 million views. End it there, 10 million views.
That's not some kind of barb directed at Mr. Sunak himself or the British people. It couldn't be from me. It's simply an observation from someone who's autistic. I'm Quinn, and I'm autistic. Welcome to Autismatic.
I'm autistic and now you're fucking blind. Thanks for the lights. Cop out. And politics in general makes people feel autistic.
This isn't a political video, even though I'll be using politics to illustrate something very important to autistic people. I'm not here to influence votes or political points of view. It just so happens that over the last few days, something happened within the political arena, a specific incident which presents me with a golden opportunity to get something really difficult across. It's a story that conveys a particular point so well, I can't afford to let it go. I'm putting this together super quick because of that, so I apologise if this particular video is a bit rough and ready, so to speak. I'm not suggesting that
those transitions are
himself
correct.
Is autistic.
I get it.
Is this some Looney Tunes conspiracy about his government secretly putting something in water?
The fucking editing is so good. Grandma learned how to open PowerPoint. Oh shit.
I do, however, think that how you feel about him and what happened might help you understand people like me, autistic people, a little better. I'm not going into the fine details of the news story because they're all over the media, and it's
which one are we talking about?
That will be told for years to come. But
Jesus Christ, do these work? Let me see your Patreon. Does putting that shit in your videos like make you money? 109 members, but you can join for free, so who knows? Fucking Christ, it's a double empathy problem video. Oh no. It is gonna be the left and right divide is like the autistic, non-autistic divide. It's gonna be that. where people on the left understand each other and people on the right understand each other, but across the divide, it's hard. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. It's gonna be...
Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland embarrassed our nation on the world stage a couple of days ago, and nobody in the country can fathom why he did it. There was a huge event held on the beaches of Normandy in France to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landings in the Second World War. It was a huge moment.
He just did a flyby in a helicopter and threw a beer down at them instead of attending.
In European history, a Herculean effort of courage and sacrifice on the part of the people who fought, many of whom never returned. Those who did came back different people. Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister of the country...
No, I'm just joking, Sivvy. That didn't really happen. He didn't really throw a bottle of beer at the commemorative ceremony out of a helicopter. I just... Oh...
heralds D-Day as one of the most pivotal moments in our history, said to epitomise the British spirit our politicians are so keen to evoke, attended events early in the day. So far, so good. In the evening, the current leaders of the other nations most heavily involved in both sides of the D-Day conflict came together for a formal occasion acknowledging what is widely regarded as the turning point of that war. Hardly anyone who fought on that fateful day 80 years ago still survives, so this was the last time their heroism and contribution to the long period of peace that followed would be honoured in their presence.
Oh!
Mr. Sunak wasn't there.
Yeah. That's all it is. He did not, to be clear, don't ban me for disinformation, okay? Rishi Sunak did not fly past and pelt beers at them from a helicopter, to be clear.
Many assumed a crisis or personal tragedy had dragged him back home and were stunned to hear that he actually came back to film a TV interview that wasn't even scheduled to be broadcast for almost a week. And to cap it all, the production company told us that Mr. Sunak himself suggested this specific...
Let me check my spoon level. I might have to get some of this merch.
...slot, knowing he was expected to be in France. All this in the second week of campaigning on a general election that he himself called. The Prime Minister was quiet for a few days, leaving it to his party colleagues to answer the barrage of questions from journalists with little more than "it was wrong" or "it was a mistake and he's apologised." On the campaign trail today, he asked for forgiveness from the public and tried to change the subject, amidst hastily denied rumours of his imminent resignation. He's due to do a big interview on national TV tonight, but I'm not holding my breath for any definitive answers to the question that plagues me and everyone else the most, whether he resigns or not. Why did he do it? What went on in his mind that made him think that the consequences of delaying that interview for a few hours could be worse than the obvious fallout from conspicuously shirking his duties on the international stage whilst dishonouring some of this country's most celebrated heroes?
No political message to this video, by the way. You have to believe him because he said it's true.
How do you think not being able to answer that question made people feel about him? It doesn't matter if you're not British or you're watching this years later. It's the story and the feelings it provokes that matter here. Imagine, if you can, the sense of incomprehension and even betrayal felt by so many. It's...
What's he going to parallel this with?
That feeling I want to talk about, you see. Not Rishi Sunak or what he did last week, but the feelings his actions aroused in the general public. Those feelings are what I'm talking about when I say Rishi Sunak makes people feel autistic.
Confused and betrayed? I don't know, man.
That puzzled, lost feeling in everyone's mind right now. A sense of utter incredulity.
Fuck me.
Of incomprehension of what might have been going on in his mind to...
Just in case I throw up, I'm taking myself off the screen. Okay.
Believe that what he did was the right thing to do. That's what I'm talking about. If you continue to feel that way even after he's been on TV and in the papers explaining himself, then even more so. That feeling is at the core of the autistic experience. Not just with prime ministers, but with teachers, bosses,
Autistic
doctors,
core.
lawyers, parents, partners, friends, casual acquaintances, checkout operators, people in the bus queue, and on and on and on and on. We all know deep down in our hearts that whatever we think of Rishi Sunak, the politician, or the human being underneath, he thought he was making the right choice at the time.
Human being coded hoodie.
And we can't work out why he thought that. It's so difficult to reconcile that even a full and frank explanation from the man who actually made the choice may still leave us at a loss. There's no end of theories going around, ranging from plausible to beyond ridiculous, but the truth is
This is a horrible, horrible comparison, I would suggest. Because the connotation of it being a politician. You can't, it's very hard to neutralize the issue of trust and confusion over, confusion related to should I believe what they say or not is incorporated.
never know. The mystery of why he made such a clearly self-destructive choice is one that will likely be debated for decades, and the chances are we'll remain none the wiser. That's not a new phenomenon either, nor one that's unique to the UK. If the last few years have shown us anything, it's that the populations of the world are feeling increasingly disconnected in their relationships with the people running things, in much the same way as us autists feel disconnected with almost everyone.
Oh, man.
The more distanced we as people feel with our leaders, the more we act up. We become loud and awkward, making nuisances of ourselves in the hope of attracting...
The autists will rise up, accommodate us. Listen to me talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! For 5 hours, or your blood will run down the streets.
The attention...
The streets will run red with your blood, if I want it to be more eloquent.
...of those making the decisions that hurt us. We literally protest. Of course, the response from those in charge has been to clamp down on the protests, to legislate against public gatherings and limit their ability to cause...
Oh my god, this is incredible, actually.
...disruption.
An autist just living his life is in a similar position to a protester.
They are.
To exist as an autist is a protest against oppression.
Restrained. Of course, the ultimate expression of this frustration for someone who's autistic is a meltdown. A sometimes violent, always physical expression of the frustration and pain in...
Always physical? I don't know about that. Autistic meltdowns are look, Siffy, it's in the literature. It's what it's called.
Endured by the autistic individual, watched helplessly by onlookers. That temptation to restrain often makes things worse than letting them take their course, certainly for the person experiencing the meltdown, just like restraint of civil liberties inevitably leads to more civil unrest.
Did you say sometimes? Let me double check. Did he say?
Expression of this frustration for someone who's autistic is a meltdown. A sometimes violent, always physical expression.
Sometimes violent, always physical.
Of the frustration and pain in...
Although, what does physical mean? He could be being hyper-literal, which would line up with the autism. Feel it in your body. Yeah.
Civil unrest. When a population melts down totally, we call it a revolution. If a population is pushed to breaking point by leaders who can't or won't acknowledge their...
Another Patreon plug, dude.
...their issues, they pop, just like us autists do when we're pushed beyond our limits.
Well, I am autistic, and I've been made to pop many times. When I reach my limit, I pop all over the place. It's a revolution.
It happened in America and France in the late 1700s, and here a century and a half before that. When the rulers of our nations disconnect from the people so completely that none of us can make sense of their decisions, they give everyone a taste of the everyday frustration of being autistic. At the moment, we're seeing...
This video is so bad that I just fucking love... This is so bad it's good. This man is a so bad it's good YouTuber. I genuinely really like this video.
Obvious signs of discontent. Protests in the streets and controversial populist politicians gaining...
Because he seems oblivious of all the really, really bad implications of this analogy. It makes autistic people sound really dangerous.
Votes, even office in some cases. Across the globe.
You better fucking watch out. We're gonna secede. We're gonna take Brighton.
There's talk of unrest by both those who relish it and those who are afraid. A palpable sense of unease we thought behind us only a few short years ago. Everyone is getting a taste of autistic alienation.
Holy fuck, it's so good!
And nobody likes it. Not the whole autistic experience, of course. This is just one little bit. An autistic amuse-bouche, if you like.
Stop.
It doesn't reflect the sensory differences so many autists have, our spiky skill sets, alexithymia, monotropism.
Spiky skills? Monotropism? Isn't that the flying bird dinosaur I played in Beast of Bermuda?
Any of the other aspects of autistic life that make our experience distinct, but...
Is that hyper-focus on a single... What is monotropism?
It does work very well to convey the frustration and pain that comes with our inability to be understood by the people who...
I do wargaming that. If you're on Twitch, you should be able to do !Discord to get a link to it, if that works. If the link isn't dead. Oh! Is the Discord link fucked because I did like a, I did a lockdown one time. It works for you? Okay.
Who hold power over us. Pundits, commentators and rival candidates talk at length of the disconnect between the rich, privileged people at the helm of society and the public whose votes they rely on.
This analogy is looking worse and worse. Please don't convince people that the autistics will rise up and destroy them righteously.
Nobody is in doubt that multimillionaires who attended private schools and the best universities, who live in almost total safety without ever wanting for anything material, have a different view of the world to those of us who struggle to pay our rent or mortgage and feed ourselves week to week. They make it obvious that they don't have a clue about what real life is like, even those who loudly proclaim their
Yeah, you fucking non-autistics.
ordinary backgrounds. We've lived with that understanding for a long time, but rarely has it been as evident as it is now. I've followed politics and current affairs since I was a little un, and things have changed in recent years.
Yeah.
Whilst we've always disagreed with a lot of our elected representatives and the choices they at least made sense most of the time.
This is heavily loaded with, yes, you're no longer just using this to illustrate something about autistic people. This is, bro.
Even if we didn't agree, we could understand the logic behind most of their decisions. There was method to their madness. Now we look at what they do and we ask ourselves, are they ignorant? Do they think they know something the experts don't? Do they really not care about us? Or are they just self-interested, greedy, or even plain old nasty?
As opposed to the past.
The politicians can't understand the people because their lives are so different to ours. And the people can't understand the politicians because, well, the same thing.
Why could you understand them in the past, though? Yo, I could understand David Cameron.
The life of a millionaire who's never wanted for anything is so different from that of a hard-working mum, a junior doctor, a pupil at a state school, or a disabled person struggling to survive that they just can't make the mental stretch to accommodate it.
Oh, shit.
It's difficult for them to empathise with something they have no experience of. Just like
the taste of a single olive fed to you by a Thai ladyboy.
The rest of us have no idea what it feels like for them to live without scarcity, without loss, and without fear. They can't...
Millionaires have the chunk of their brain responsible for fear removed.
Can't seem to understand that what we all want from our world isn't what they're offering, and we can't understand how they're not getting it. In autistic circles, we have a name for that. It's called the double empathy problem.
Stop. You're making it sound... He's taking it even further away from the general idea of what it is and making it about material circumstances and material conditions.
And if you look that phrase up now, you'll find loads of information about it, including on this channel. Look up the name Damien Milton too, for it is he that published the theory. Rishi Sunak isn't the only one in British politics who makes people feel a bit autistic in this way. Most of them do on every side of the debate, and it's not limited to the UK. The feeling that politicians are a breed apart who don't understand us ordinary folk is growing more evident across the world daily. It's no wonder that people are...
I'm probably gonna... Okay, 1228.
Rishi Sunak makes people feel autistic.
I'm taking that and I'm putting it on Twitter, okay? Or just on its own, no context. Prepare yourselves. I'll do it after the
Same
stream.
frustration people feel with politics that you may be feeling right now is much like the frustration I and every autist feels with many, maybe most of the people I meet in one way or another.
I do not feel towards many of the people I meet, and certainly not most, let alone most, of the people I meet the same way I feel towards politicians. It would probably be really bad if I did.
When you sit back and wonder why politicians make such counterintuitive decisions, shaking your head in disbelief, you're echoing one of the feelings that lies deep at the heart of most autistic lives.
The heart of my autistic life.
Disconnect you feel when listening to Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer or their equivalents where you live or in your time if you're watching this years from now. That sense of WTF that you get. That's a taste of the double empathy problem that autistic...
I'm losing my mind. Is this Elijah Wood's face deep faked onto a stock footage woman? I feel like I'm fucking losing it. What
people live with all our lives and with most of the people we meet. You know what you mean and why you do the things you do. But I experience the world through different senses in a brain that processes
different the 19th sense.
Information a little differently to you. Even when we share the same experience, our internal memories of it and the feelings it evokes are not the same.
Yeah, but that's for everyone.
And so we have different perspectives. Just like we all wish those politicians would both listen to our side and maybe explain themselves so that we can understand them, so do I with almost everyone. Not because of where or how I grew up, but of how my brain is wired.
I hate the meme where it's like, the politicians just can't understand you. Hey, if we had more diverse politicians, then they'd be able to understand, as an aggregate, all of their constituents. It's not actually how they understand, bro. They don't care. They understand.
If you feel betrayed, let down, or violated by leaders who refuse to listen to you, then perhaps you might also see why so many autistic people who've experienced the very same over and again from people close to them might try to protect themselves. We might do it by isolating ourselves, being overprotective, being belligerent.
We might try to execute those we feel are dragging us down.
Or by not speaking at all. But one way or another, we do the same things as individuals as populations do when faced with a similar choice. We can shout in anger, retreat into silence, or
or kill Rishi Sunak.
Can try.
Thanks for watching.
To engage in.
Not a political video, by the way.
And do something about it, if we're capable. We all get to do that with politicians when we vote. It's a lot more complicated for an autist. It's possible, though. That's why I'm here. Breaking down those barriers and building those bridges to help autistic and non-autistic people understand each other better.
I don't know that you're helping, bro.
Double empathy is one of the theories that best explains one of the core reasons why being autistic in a non-autistic world is really difficult. But it also gives us a way forward. Maybe if enough people learn how much diversity there really is between all our minds, we can do a better job of respecting each other and explaining ourselves in ways we all understand. Then we can teach the politicians how to do it.
I think this is absurdly naive.
There's not much more to this video. It was just about this one solitary point. And I ask your forgiveness if it took me too long to get there. It's not true that everybody is a bit autistic, but almost every autistic experience has an analogue in the neurotypical world.
I don't think you've picked well. I don't think you've picked well. What else does this guy talk about? My autistic future. Does this count as Be More YouTube? When the shit hits the autistic fan. Doctor Who's 60th TV anniversary made an autistic man weep. Why I'm not leaving YouTube. Finding autism. Who's controlling your bubble? Autism and change. When you can't say no. Deconstructing PDA. When no doesn't mean no. PDA and autism. Autistic TV, the autism iceberg. Is this the new Wendigoon? Icebergs? Hold up, I want to see the iceberg though.
I thanked my boss for their suggestion, but went on to
Nah. Hold up.
Hi.
See what this
Quinn,
is.
And I'm autistic. Welcome to Autistic.
Thank you.
No. Nej.
Nah.
Law. A.
A.
9.
Yeah.
Όχι.
I gotcha.
No.
Wherever you come from, whatever language you speak, no is one of the most powerful words we'll ever learn. For marginalised people in our community,
I can think of a stronger word beginning with N.
It can be one of the most important too. That short, unambiguous word is sometimes the only thing that stands between us
Only thing that stands between you and getting fucked by a bold streamer.
And misrepresentation, exploitation, and even punishment. Yet despite its lack of ambiguity, it's a word that's misunderstood, ignored, or put into our mouths more perhaps than any other. Today, I want to talk about something that's been a hot-button topic in autism-related academia for some time. Something which has that punchy little word right at its centre.
All right.
Pathological demand avoidance. Some of the exchanges between academics on the subject.
When no doesn't mean no. Public displays of affection and autism. I was thinking we were going to see something a lot more hardcore than this.
Subject have been colourful, shall we say. There seems to be a tacit acceptance of PDA's existence, but where to place it? Some are adamant that it's a trait specific to autistic people, and even suggestions it should be part of the diagnostic criteria. So, what does it mean?
Tell me.
Demand avoidance isn't a difficult phrase to digest. It describes a behaviour. When a demand is made of someone who is demand avoidant, they're observed to...
Has he absorbed, like, is he being Disneyfied? It's black men and white women.
Avoid it. Whether we outright refuse...
Or black child in this case.
Prevaricate, ask questions, or simply don't do what's been asked of us, it fits into the demand avoidance criteria. Now, the possibility that someone might refuse or not follow through on demands is something we have to be aware of with every...
I'm falling asleep. Did I crash? I should not have. I feel like I'm crashing in real life. Hold up, let me check. I shouldn't be dead. You know what? I think might seem a bit sudden. We got to the Rishi Sunak video. That was pretty good. We did our WPC updates. Yeah, I was having trouble on Tuesday as well with YouTube. Ladies and gents, I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna look at what Brianna Wu's been doing very recently. A couple things Brianna Wu's been doing recently. It's curious, I would say. Very interesting. Queeman, whatever, had an interesting run-in a couple weeks ago now, I think, and there was an interview a couple days ago. Until tomorrow, though, thank you very much for joining me. Thank you for your viewership, your companionship, and your generosity. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let double empathy bite.